Have you ever wondered why your spirit's been restless lately? Why certain dreams have returned with new urgency? Why silence suddenly feels pregnant with meaning? It's not random, and it's not anxiety, it's announcement. Something divine has been released into the atmosphere, and it has everything to do with you. This isn't about a coincidence, it's about a convergence. What if I told you someone has already been chosen to walk with you? Not as a filler, not as a fix, but as a fulfillment. And what if heaven has been hiding them until now, not from punishment, but for protection? Chosen one, what you're about to hear is not just a word, it's a divine unveiling. There is a name heaven whispered concerning you, and now that name is about to step into view. This is the kind of message that unlocks something deep, something buried, something sacred. It might even explain why you've been waiting so long. If your spirit is already leaning in, then don't wait. Comment 777 right now as your declaration. I receive it. I believe it. I'm ready. Let the heavens witness your faith. Let your agreement speak louder than your fear. And before we go further, I want to thank each of you. Whether you've supported through super thanks, shared this space with a friend, or simply whispered a quiet Amen, you are part of something holy. You're not just watching a video, you're stepping into a divine moment. Stay with me, because what I'm about to reveal next might just answer the question your heart has been asking in silence. God, is it finally time? God's chosen ones, someone special is coming. God revealed a secret you can't ignore. Chosen one, be still, not just in body, but in the deepest chamber of your spirit. Breathe, but not merely through your lungs. Inhale alignment, exhale resistance. You are standing on the precipice of a moment that defies ordinary understanding. What you are about to witness is not a motivational whisper, it's a divine rupture, a holy interruption in the timeline of your life. You've stepped into what physicists would call a liminal space, a transitional threshold where the laws of cause and effect are no longer predictable, because heaven has stepped into the equation. This is not just a message, it's a spiritual algorithm recalibrated for your coordinates. Heaven is not quiet today, it's broadcasting in full frequency, breaking through the interference of doubt and delay. Why is your heart racing, not in panic, but in perception? Why does your breath hitch when no threat is near? Could it be that the silence you once mistook as absence was actually divine engineering? Could it be that every unanswered prayer was a thread woven into a much larger design? You were never forgotten. You were never on the sidelines. You were concealed, strategically hidden, like a keystone in the foundation of a cathedral that only the master architect knows how to place. He who dwells in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. Psalm 91:1. That's not just comfort, that's blueprint. You weren't just kept safe, you were kept unseen until the appointed moment. And now, chosen one, that moment has arrived. This stirring in your soul, it's not adrenaline, it's not longing, it's motion. Holy motion, a spiritual frequency has been activated, and it's vibrating at a resonance that only those with tuned hearts can perceive. You've been called forward, but this time not alone. This time someone is being sent to walk with you, not as a filler for the void, but as a carrier of covenant, not to fix your loneliness, but to co-labor with your destiny. Why now? Why them? And why you? Because divine convergence always follows divine consecration. Your tears were not wasted. Your isolation was not punishment. It was preparation. You've been walking through emotional droughts, relational deserts, and the long nights of the soul, where no one knew how much you were holding. But heaven did. and heaven watered the soil you thought was barren. What's coming is not just love, it's alignment in human form. It's prophecy wearing skin and bones, just as the Word became flesh and dwelt among us. John 1:14. This connection will be the manifestation of what God spoke over you in secret. This person won't bring chaos or emotional overload. They'll carry the stillness of divine confirmation. You won't feel anxious, you'll feel anchored. You won't feel pursued, you'll feel protected. When Michelangelo was asked how he carved David, he said, "I saw the angel in the marble and carved until I set him free." God has been chiseling someone to recognize the angel in you, not just your beauty, but your blueprint. Who is that person arriving in your story? What weight are they prepared to carry? Not just for you, but with you. This union is not about romance alone. It's about spiritual architecture, about building something eternal with someone who understands the cost of obedience. And here's where the mystery deepens. You won't have to chase it. Divine appointments aren't rushed. What heaven opens, man cannot shut. And what God joins, no counterfeit can imitate. Look at the butterfly, once hidden in a cocoon, dissolving into what biologists call a mush stage, where it becomes unrecognizable before transforming into its final design. That's what your wait has looked like. Confusion, disintegration, but not death, transfiguration. And now you're about to stretch your wings into something that was always inside you. But how will you know it's real? You will feel it before you can explain it. Your spirit will respond before your logic catches up. There won't be fireworks. There will be a holy stillness, a soul exhale, a frequency that matches yours like tuning forks, aligning in harmony. We see it in Scripture through Ruth and Boaz, not a love born in lust but in loyalty. Boaz didn't pursue Ruth to fulfill himself. He honored her sacrifice, protected her lineage, and partnered with her redemption. Could the one sent to you be assigned to honor the journey, not just the image? And while the world applauds shallow passion, consider the consequences of counterfeit connection. King Ahab, a ruler of Israel, aligned with Jezebel, a woman whose ambition defied God's order. That union unleashed generational destruction and corrupted the nation's altar. Alignment matters. The wrong presence can distort your purpose. Contrast that with the journey of Malachi, a widowed professor in Berlin who remained single for decades after losing his wife in a bombing. One day, during a lecture on Dante, he saw a fellow lecturer, Elena, speak with such fire and integrity that his spirit responded before his intellect did. They didn't rush. They discerned. They waited. They prayed. And when they finally united, they opened a network of refugee schools for children displaced by war. Their union wasn't loud. It was legacy. Because what's coming isn't just about you. It's about a lineage. It's about the sacred geometry of two souls aligned by heaven's math, where 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2, but legacy. So if your soul is stirring right now, not with hype, but with holy recognition, it's because you were already pregnant with this promise. This is heaven's way of saying, you're next. Comment 777 below if this word resounds with your spirit. Let your faith echo louder than your fear. Let heaven see your agreement. And to those who show up, who stand firm, who type 777, not for show, but in surrender, you are seen, not just by me, but by the one who has written this next chapter, with your name woven in the margins. Stay with me to the end of this video. We'll close in a prayer that seals what heaven has already set into motion. Your wait was never passive. It was prophetic. It wasn't stagnation. It was sacred formation. Every delay was data heaven used to structure the coordinates of divine alignment. While the world mistook your stillness for inactivity, heaven saw it as soil preparation. You weren't just sitting, you were becoming. Your silence was a sanctuary, Your boundaries were blueprints, and your obedience, it was the currency of divine investment. What if the void you once felt wasn't punishment, but protection? What if the ache wasn't a warning of what was missing, but a preparation for what's about to be revealed? And what if the person who is coming is not an answer to your ache, but a response to your alignment? This is not about filling emotional gaps. This is not about compensating for pain or soothing a bruised ego. This is about a vow being fulfilled in real time. The one being sent is not arriving because you're desperate. They are being released because you were devoted. Their presence in your life is not a band-aid. It is a banner raised high to declare that heaven rewards those who wait without wavering. You didn't build walls, you built altars. The nights you wept while others laughed, the moments you stood in principle while others compromised for applause, those were not forgotten. Every quiet yes, every whispered surrender, every tear of obedience, none of it evaporated. It condensed in the atmosphere of heaven, and now it rains promise. This is not God giving you a substitute for His presence. This is God revealing a visible extension of His love, a vessel refined in private fire, released into your story with divine timing. Just as Esther was prepared and positioned for such a time as this, Esther 4:14, so is this person being sent, not to distract you from your calling, but to discern it, defend it, and walk in rhythm with it. But how will you know this is different? Because they are different. This one will not dazzle you with performance. They will carry presence. They won't shine with artificial light. They will glow with authenticity. Their laughter will not be shallow. It will be shaped by seasons of loss. Their strength won't be loud. It will be layered with silence. They will carry a holy curiosity, the kind that never outgrows reverence. Their words won't impress, but they will impact. Their presence won't press. It will partner. They are not marked by resume, platform, or applause. They are marked by fire, passed through it and proven. Just as Joseph was thrown into a pit, imprisoned for integrity, and yet emerged, not bitter but blessed, because he understood. You meant evil against me, but God meant it for good. Genesis 50:20. So it is with them. They have scars, but no scorn, stories, but no stench of smoke. Like the Hebrew boys in Babylon who exited the furnace untouched, Daniel 3:27, they emerged with purity, not pride. This one doesn't just have testimony, they are testimony. We've seen glimpses of this kind of resilience in real life too. Take Dietrich Bonhoeffer, the German theologian who resisted the Nazi regime, not through protest alone, but through costly obedience. He didn't seek power, he stewarded truth. And though his stand cost him his life, his legacy still breathes through generations that value moral courage. When God sends someone with this kind of interior architecture, the world may overlook them, but heaven will not. Now contrast that with someone like Jordan Belfort, the infamous Wolf of Wall Street, a man whose charisma was intoxicating, but whose foundation was corrosion. While he amassed wealth and admiration, it was built on deception, manipulation, and spiritual vacancy. Eventually, the empire crumbled. The lesson? Status can be seductive, but only substance sustains. The wrong alignment can poison your purpose. What you're about to receive is not charisma, it's covenant, not emotional rescue, eternal reinforcement. You'll recognize them not just by how they speak, but by how they serve, not by how they chase, but how they cherish. You'll notice their posture. While others compete, they intercede. While others compare, they cover. You'll see it in how they lift others without losing their own identity. They won't run from your calling. They'll reverence it. They won't shrink at your anointing. They'll shield it. They will celebrate, not critique. Pray, not perform. Protect, not possess. This isn't a connection conceived in culture. It wasn't born in a swipe or sparked in a scroll. It was spoken in your secret place. It was incubated in prayer and sealed in surrender. The very prayers you thought went unheard, the ones that trembled from your lips in the dark, were caught by the one who assigns angels to whisper back in echoes. How is it that they never heard your cries, yet their heart seems to answer them all? How can a stranger feel like a reflection of everything you once dared to ask for? How can their timing feel like a divine reply to a conversation only you and God ever had? Because this is alignment, not coincidence. Harmony, not happenstance. This is frequency meeting frequency, like two tuning forks across a room vibrating in resonance when the pitch is perfect. Just as certain tree roots, separated by distance, communicate through underground mycorrhizal networks, known in science as the Wood Wide Web, so too has God been orchestrating unseen communication between you and the one being sent. While you grew in solitude, your roots were reaching. While you stood still, your spirits were synchronizing beneath the surface. This is not replacement, it's reinforcement, not completion. You were already whole. This is partnership with purpose. And when they come, don't panic. Don't second guess. Let your spirit speak first. It will recognize before your logic ever tries to explain. If something inside you is vibrating with quiet confirmation right now, not because of the volume, but because of the truth, then this is your moment to agree. Type 777 below, not just as a comment, but as a covenant, a prophetic response, a sacred declaration. I receive, I believe, I am ready. And for every chosen one who stands in agreement, for those who waited, who obeyed, who endured the silence, heaven sees you. And soon someone shaped by that same obedience will too. Stay with me to the end. A prayer awaits, one that seals this not as a hope, but as a heavenly appointment. Peace will be your compass, not adrenaline, not illusion, not noise, but peace, the kind that silences storms without shouting, the kind that stabilizes your heart when logic has no answers. Let the peace of God rule in your hearts. Colossians 3:15. This is not a vague suggestion, it is a spiritual law. Peace will verify what vocabulary cannot. It is not here to flirt with your imagination. It is here to seal your confirmation. You are not being asked to chase after clarity. You are being asked to trust the current. You are not required to figure out every detail. You are simply called to discern. God is not setting up puzzles for you to decode anxiously. He is tuning your spirit to the sound of alignment. The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord. Psalm 37:23. That's not poetic fluff. It's sacred physics. It means your movements, your choices, your delays, even your detours are part of a divine algorithm. So, why are you restless right now, seemingly without reason? Why does a particular nation, city, or language seem to follow you like a whisper in the wind? Why has that unfamiliar name stirred something deep inside you? These aren't distractions, they're divine breadcrumbs. They're nudges in your neural pathways, what neuroscientists call somatic cues, designed to prime your inner rhythm for the alignment that's approaching. Even your biology is cooperating with heaven's movement. The person God is sending to you will not carry the weight of a social image. They will carry the weight of a surrendered life. They've tasted loss and still kept their joy. They've walked through deserts and refused to become dry. What they seek isn't entertainment. It's eternity. Not chemistry, but calling. When you meet, it will not feel like infatuation. It will feel like recognition. You won't say, "Who are you?" You'll whisper, "There you are." This is not a love story alone. It is a legacy unfolding. Your spirits have already met in the eternal archives, where God scripts stories before they become visible timelines. That's why your peace will speak louder than your pulse. This is the kind of union that doesn't stop at affection. It multiplies assignment. just as Paul and Barnabas were set apart by the Holy Spirit. Acts 13:2. You and this person are being positioned not just to love, but to build. They will see your gift before it becomes public, and you will stir to life the part of them they buried in silence. This union won't compete, it will complete the mission. Where your voice trembled, theirs will anchor. Where they once feared, your confidence will spark. This is what divine pairing does. It calls out the version of each other heaven always saw. The kind of connection God is crafting for you isn't born out of culture's chaos. It's born in secret chambers of prayer. The one coming is not the product of scrolling, swiping, or sparks. They are the answer to whispers you prayed in the dark. And even though they never heard those prayers, somehow they will echo every one of them. And when that connection manifests, it won't be fantasy, it will be favor. He who finds a wife finds a good thing and obtains favor from the Lord. Proverbs 18:22. That's not a verse for wedding cards. That's a spiritual equation. Favor is not fluffy. Favor is structured. Favor is heaven's endorsement on a union born in obedience. You won't have to perform to be seen. You'll walk in purpose because you're already known. You'll notice subtle changes before the alignment arrives. Your taste in music will shift. Your attraction to old surroundings will fade. Your interest in foreign lands may awaken. These are not mood swings. These are pre-arrival frequencies. Just as Elijah wasn't moved by the earthquake or the fire, but by the still small voice. 1 Kings 19:12. You too are being called to notice the gentle indicators of a coming shift. But how do you know it's real? How do you distinguish divine timing from emotional yearning? Look at Selena, a nurse in Lisbon who worked night shifts in a trauma unit for nearly a decade. She spent most evenings reading medical journals, whispering prayers over unconscious patients, and wondering if her waiting had been in vain. But she wasn't waiting. She was being readied. At a medical ethics conference, she met a Ghanaian doctor who had lost his entire family in political violence, yet still chose to save lives across war zones. When they spoke, it wasn't electricity, it was equilibrium. And in that quiet moment she knew this was not someone arriving to rescue her loneliness, but to reinforce her calling. Not every story ends in connection, but when heaven writes it, it doesn't just end, it commissions. And yet, the enemy loves counterfeits. Harvey Weinstein is a chilling example of charisma without character, a man with global power in Hollywood who manipulated, abused, and destroyed under the guise of opportunity. His empire crumbled. His name became a warning, not a celebration. The tragedy? He had the access to build legacy, but chose to exploit rather than empower. No amount of talent can redeem a spirit committed to destruction. God isn't sending you someone to perform. He's sending someone to protect, to partner, to pray. And we've seen that kind of partnership in history. Take Frederick Buechner, a theologian and novelist who rarely stood on stages but shaped generations through his writing. His most powerful works were born not from comfort, but from grief. He once said, "The place God calls you to is the place where your deep gladness and the world's deep hunger meet." He didn't chase legacy, he carried truth. And because of that, he became the kind of voice that outlasts microphones. The one coming to your life will carry this kind of quiet fire. They won't be loud, but they'll be lasting. If you're feeling an ache that has no name, a tug toward places you've never been, a hunger for something deeper, it's not confusion, it's confirmation. The seed always pushes against the soil before it touches the sun. You're feeling the pressure of purpose trying to break through. So don't dismiss the patterns. Don't silence the stirring. Don't ignore the pull. Have you noticed how your desires have matured, not for romance, but for resonance? Are you still waiting, or are you finally ready to recognize what has already begun? When the two of you meet, it will not be falling in love. It will be rising into purpose, and the world will witness what heaven has already approved. As it is written in Isaiah 30:21, your ears shall hear a word behind you saying, "This is the way, walk in it," whenever you turn to the right hand or whenever you turn to the left. This voice of confirmation will not shout. It will settle, and your spirit will know, I'm not guessing, I'm being guided. Type 777 below. If this word awakens your spirit, not because it's romantic, but because it's real. But here is what you must understand, chosen one. What looked like a delay was actually divine defense. The weight you carried wasn't for nothing. It was weight training for your discernment. The silence you misread as abandonment, that was insulation. Not to keep people out, but to preserve what was still forming inside you. God wasn't ignoring your cries. He was intercepting counterfeits. You asked for doors to open, but they didn't. Not because you were forgotten, but because the timing would have sabotaged the promise. What you thought were missed chances were mercy in disguise. The heartbreaks were sacred halts. The unanswered prayers were heaven's way of holding the line. God wasn't keeping love from you. He was keeping you from a kind of love that breaks what it cannot carry. Why didn't it happen then, when your longing felt most urgent? Could it be that your desperation would have misidentified a placeholder as a partner? There is a difference between timing and readiness. You weren't just waiting for someone to arrive. You were being refined so you could receive someone without losing yourself. This wasn't punishment. It was positioning. This wasn't rejection. It was reinforcement. Had you met too early, you both would have reached for each other out of survival, not calling. Two hearts still fractured, trying to pour love from wounds still open. That's not covenant. That's codependence in disguise. So heaven intervened. God didn't pause the story because you failed. He paused it because he loved you too deeply to let you walk into something holy while still operating from trauma. You weren't waiting for a person. You were being sculpted for a promise. As the scripture declares, let patience have her perfect work, that ye may be perfect and entire, wanting nothing. James 1:4. Waiting wasn't about lack, it was about layering. Every lonely night wasn't empty, it was an excavation. Every season of silence wasn't evidence of divine absence. It was heaven hammering the foundation so the house of your future wouldn't collapse when the winds of love finally came. The one God is sending to you, they weren't sitting idle either. Their own wilderness wasn't a waste. It was the proving ground of vision. They've tasted counterfeit connections too, had their priorities reordered, their comforts stripped, their idols shattered. They didn't just cry out for someone to love. They asked for someone who could carry purpose with them. Take Craig Kielburger, the Canadian activist who began fighting child slavery at 12. He wasn't looking for influence. He simply responded to a deep cry for justice. Years later, he and his team built educational programs across dozens of countries, not because he was chasing admiration, but because he was aligned with assignment. That's the kind of spirit being sent to walk with you, someone whose love is not a display, but a demonstration. And no, this is not about charisma or perfection. It's about sacred capacity. Your calling is not light, so your companion cannot be shallow. Their strength didn't form in applause. It was forged in solitude. They've wept in rooms no one saw. They've stood still while others sprinted ahead. Could it be that God slowed them down so you'd arrive at the same moment, fully formed? Contrast that with Adam Neumann, once the billionaire co-founder of WeWork. He built an empire on community, vision, and inspiration, but underneath it was unchecked ego, financial recklessness, and spiritual emptiness. Eventually, everything collapsed. He had charisma, but no consecration, influence, but no internal order. Legacy cannot survive if the foundation is built on illusion. And that's why your delay was protection, so you wouldn't mistake a WeWork spirit for a heaven-sent partner. And there's Amara, a middle school teacher in Sao Paulo. She taught literature by day and wrote poetry by night. For years, she chose consistency over chemistry, calling over connection. One morning, during a volunteer trip to teach refugee children, she met someone, a social worker who had lost his brother in a border conflict. They didn't exchange flirtation, they exchanged vision. He listened when she spoke of her students. She leaned in when he spoke of trauma-informed healing. The connection wasn't born in butterflies, it was born in burden. And from that day forward, they didn't fall in love, they rose into purpose. What if the ache you feel now is not longing, but alignment preparing to land? What if the recent shifts in your desire, your restlessness, your sudden pull toward new cities, languages, or causes aren't mood swings, but prophetic signals? As Isaiah 30:21 promises, your ears shall hear a word behind you, saying, "This is the way, walk in it," whenever you turn to the right hand or to the left. The voice you're sensing now is not leading you into risk. It's leading you into recognition. So don't call this season barren. It's blooming beneath the surface. The pressure isn't evidence that it's not working. It's proof that the soil is active. Before fruit rises, roots stretch in silence. And before covenant manifests, clarity becomes your compass. You weren't overlooked. You were over-prepared. The one being sent is not your missing half. They are your confirmed whole. They won't arrive to repair your past. They will be evidence that God has already restored your future. And you'll know it, not by adrenaline, but by the stillness in your spirit. Not by their resume, but by the resonance. Type 777 if your heart receives this, not as fantasy, but as fulfillment. And when it arrives, you'll remember this moment, because peace, not pressure, will speak first. And now, finally, the moment has arrived. Not because the clock struck a certain hour, but because both of you have become vessels capable of holding what God is about to pour. This was never about the calendar aligning, it was about your character aligning. See, I am doing a new thing, now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? Isaiah 43:19. The new thing isn't coming, it's already moving, it's not on the horizon. It's already at your door. That shift in your appetite for certain people, that restlessness in the middle of routines you once called comfort, that is not boredom, that is birth. These aren't passing emotions. They are early tremors of heaven's movement. The divine tectonic plates beneath your destiny are shifting. Can you feel it? The landscape of your purpose is being reformed. So don't look over your shoulder. Don't entertain the ghosts of regret, the what-ifs, the unanswered messages, the ones who left mid-story. They were never carrying covenant. They were carrying confusion. You're not losing your past. You're being released from it. What didn't respond to your love wasn't meant to receive it. What failed wasn't your fault. It was God's mercy, removing what would have fractured you. Those who sow in tears shall reap with shouts of joy. Psalm 126 verse 5. Every tear watered the ground for joy. Every disappointment carved out space for deeper discernment. Every quiet season expanded your hearing for divine instruction. Now the Lord declares, what I withheld, I now release. What I protected, I now present. What I delayed, I now deliver, because you're ready, and so are they. But this union is not just about a romantic chapter, it is about a mental resurrection. For too long, your mindset has been at war with your calling. You were told you had to choose between holiness and provision, between spiritual purity and material stability. You were made to feel guilty for desiring both. But that false divide was never divine. You've carried a belief system built on fractured theology, but heaven is now unifying what life tried to separate. The blessing of the Lord makes rich, and he adds no sorrow with it. Proverbs 10:22. The love that's arriving is not fueled by greed or striving. It is sustained by stewardship. It doesn't come to take over your calling. It comes to strengthen the infrastructure of your assignment. The one being sent has walked through both famine and fullness. Their contentment is not circumstantial, it's spiritual. Like Paul, they can declare, "I have learned the secret of being content in any and every situation." Philippians 4:12. They've learned how to walk through lack without turning bitter, and how to handle abundance without becoming prideful. They don't just bless people, they build lives. They don't just succeed, they sow significance. Have you ever met someone whose generosity didn't come from surplus, but from a sacred sense of purpose? Tekla Namachanja, Kenya's first female peace negotiator, stepped into war zones not with wealth or title, but with a willingness to serve. She helped reconcile post-genocide communities, not because she sought fame, but because she stewarded peace like a holy inheritance. The person coming into your life carries that same atmosphere. They're not seduced by wealth, they're sent to steward it, and they will recognize that same mantle on you. This union will heal your theology of prosperity. You'll stop believing that purity requires poverty, or that obedience must come with constant lack. You'll stop seeing provision as something suspicious. You'll begin to understand that abundance is not a trophy for the worthy. It is a tool in the hands of the wise. It is not about owning more. It is about stewarding what heaven entrusts. You won't need to shrink to prove your holiness. You won't need to starve to affirm your surrender. You'll walk boldly in both anointing and access, knowing God doesn't give one to cancel out the other. Could it be that this is the season you stop apologizing for being called to carry more than survival? And here's what sets them apart. They do not idolize provision. They honor it. They carry open hands, not clutched fists. Their confidence doesn't come from a savings account. It comes from the quiet knowing that purpose always attracts what it needs. Contrast that with Martin Shkreli, the former pharmaceutical executive who hoarded medical patents for profit, hiking drug prices and exploiting the vulnerable. He had wealth, but no wisdom, access, but no accountability. Eventually he was imprisoned, not just by law, but by the weight of self-worship. The lesson is not about money, it's about motive, and heaven never honors hands closed in control. And then there's Gabriel, a Portuguese ceramicist who spent decades shaping clay in a coastal town. Unknown to the world but deeply respected by his village, he believed beauty should be useful. One day, a woman visiting from Norway entered his workshop, drawn by a bowl he'd made, its design simple but strangely stirring. She didn't buy it. She just asked him why he made it. He answered, "Because someone I haven't met yet will need it." 2 years later, they married. They didn't meet at a retreat or in a whirlwind. They met at the altar of daily faithfulness. So when this union finds you, don't expect fanfare. Expect frequency. Don't look for magic. Look for mutual understanding. Don't anticipate sparks. Anticipate synergy. This won't be a partnership that performs. It will be a sanctuary that multiplies. And when it arrives, you'll feel the shift in your spiritual gravity. You'll stop orbiting survival. You'll begin revolving around mission. The gravitational pull of this union will stabilize what the past tried to unravel. You won't chase impact. You'll become it. You won't store legacy. You'll live it. As C.S. Lewis once said in Mere Christianity, Christ says, "Give me all." I don't want so much of your time and so much of your money and so much of your work. I want you. That is the posture of the one being sent to you. They're not bringing offerings, they are the offering. Their presence won't just give you permission to dream again, it will equip you to build, not for applause, but for eternity. Type 777 below, if this resounds not just in your ears, but in your inner chamber. If this word echoes in the places only God has touched, because you're not just preparing for a relationship, you're walking into a revelation. This union was never designed to drain you. It was sent to multiply you, to magnify what was already maturing in you. The Lord speaks over you now. I am restoring balance, not just in your emotions, but in your ecosystem. I am proving to you that my presence and my provision were never enemies. They were always meant to coexist. You've been trained to choose intimacy with God or impact in the world, but the separation was never spiritual. It was societal, and the one who's coming into your life has already rejected that lie. They walk in a rhythm where reverence and responsibility flow together. They don't carry scarcity, they carry spiritual systems, ways of living that multiply grace, not grind. They build not to boast, but to bless. A good person leaves an inheritance for their children's children, Proverbs 13:22. But that inheritance isn't just real estate or portfolios, it's a value system, a mindset, a way of seeing the world that honors both eternity and excellence. You will not have to choose between your voice and theirs. You won't compete for space. You won't shrink to let them shine. In fact, their presence will make your light steadier. Together, you will co-labor on businesses, on ministry, on vision, on land. Your assignments will not merge out of obligation, but out of overflow. But what if the reason you felt so exhausted wasn't just because you've carried too much, but because no one until now was called to carry it with you? This is not a partnership of pride. It is one born in purpose, a union forged not by emotional need, but by spiritual necessity. And its foundation is Matthew 6:33, not just spoken, but embodied. But seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. This isn't just your favorite verse anymore. It's your vibrational signature. It's in your timing, your decision-making, your relationships, your stewardship. God has seen how you've honored him in private. He watched you surrender dreams no one knew you still held. He recorded every quiet yes, every costly act of giving, every late-night prayer where your voice cracked but your faith held. You gave when it hurt. You stayed when silence stung. You forgave what others would have exposed. Could it be that what's being released now isn't a reward, but a reflection? God is not adding to your life to impress you. He is honoring covenant. I am faithful to the faithful, he says. This next chapter is not performance-based, it's promise-based, and the person he is sending will not be impressed by your polish, but captivated by your perseverance. They will be drawn to what took years to refine. They will pray with you before they ever plan with you. They will cover your anointing before they ever seek your affection. They will guard what God has placed in you, not because they fear losing you, but because they fear misusing what heaven has entrusted to them. This is not someone who needs you to dim your vision to feel strong. They will fortify it. In their presence, you'll breathe deeper. You'll rediscover rest. You'll stop apologizing for how big your calling is. And when favor finds you, you won't panic. You'll perceive it properly. You'll stop flinching at open doors. You'll stop suspecting every opportunity as a setup for loss. You'll walk in authority, not arrogance, but anchored assurance. And no, you won't feel guilty for being seen. This isn't manipulation. This isn't emotional inflation. This is alignment. And alignment doesn't soothe you into comfort. It launches you into calling. We've seen this kind of posture in real life. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, the first woman and African to head the World Trade Organization, stewarded both policy and purpose. Her leadership wasn't soft, it was spiritual. She spoke softly, but moved global systems. She carried both economic wisdom and moral clarity. The one being sent to you will reflect this balance, leadership that lifts, not crushes. And the counterfeit version of that, look at Bernie Madoff, once praised as a genius, trusted with billions, only to be exposed for orchestrating the largest Ponzi scheme in history. His empire crumbled. His name turned to ash, not because he lacked brilliance, but because he lacked integrity. When foundation is forged in deception, everything collapses eventually. That's why God took his time with you. He's not just protecting you, he's protecting what you'll build together. And then there's Javi, a once overlooked urban farmer in Manila. He turned rooftops into gardens, using discarded containers to grow produce for low-income families. When asked why he kept doing it, he replied, "Because someone needs to show that provision is a matter of perspective." Years later, a local school teacher joined him, not because she saw fame, but because she saw fruit. They built a food co-op, got married, adopted 3 kids. It didn't start with sparks, it started with soil and the shared willingness to plant. Your union will feel like that, not dazzling but divine, not flashy but foundational, a covenant where provision doesn't outshine presence, where love doesn't compete with purpose, where both hearts echo heaven's blueprint. And when it comes, you'll know it, not because it makes noise, but because it makes sense. Not in your head, but in your spirit's resonance. You'll stop fearing favor. You'll stop bracing for loss. You'll stop calling the blessing a burden. Because this isn't just about you being seen, it's about you being sent. As Psalm 90, verse 17 declares, "May the favor of the Lord our God rest on us. Establish the work of our hands for us." Yes, establish the work of our hands. That is what this alignment will become. Not just emotional confirmation, but spiritual construction. It will not just feel beautiful, it will build something eternal. Type 777. If this word isn't just beautiful, it's true. True in your bones, true in your blueprint, true in your timeline. Because this isn't just a relationship, it's a rhythm that was always written for you. God isn't just healing your heart, he's healing your capacity, your ability to receive without retreating, to carry abundance without collapsing. You're about to learn how to hold love, joy, calling and legacy without guilt, without apology, and without self-sabotage. What he's giving you is not indulgence, it is divine overflow. And this overflow isn't ornamental, it's operational. It will spill into your assignments, your partnerships, your purpose. It will water dry places, fuel sacred work, and multiply what once felt too small to matter. But make no mistake, as promise unfolds, pressure will knock, and the enemy will approach, not with horns, but with haunting questions. Why you? Why now? Why would someone that anointed, that grounded, that favored, be drawn to you? Why would heaven entrust someone so radiant to someone still rebuilding? Yet God never replies to lies with shame. He answers with truth. The Lord does not look at the things people look at. People look at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart. 1 Samuel 16:7. It was your heart that qualified you. Your endurance when no one applauded. Your loyalty when exit was easier. Your obedience in the dark. Your whispered prayers while everyone else was celebrating. That's what marked you. The one coming is not being sent because you're flawless, but because you're faithful. Not because you're unscarred, but because you've been refined. They're not arriving to fix you. They're walking in because you're now postured to carry something sacred together. Could it be that the wounds you once hid were actually the wombs that birthed your wisdom? Heaven isn't matching resumes, it's uniting assignments. The world applauds perfection, but heaven crowns surrender, and it is your surrender, quiet, uncelebrated, and costly, that got heaven's attention. You were never forgotten. You were preserved, not sidelined, but safeguarded, because the love God prepared for you wasn't fragile. It needed someone strong enough to sustain it. And now, finally, you are. So when insecurity tries to sneak in through the back door of your calling, don't negotiate with it. Silence it. Not with hype, but with history, his story. You weren't chosen now. you've always been chosen. For he chose us in him before the creation of the world to be holy and blameless in his sight. Ephesians 1:4. Long before your first breath, long before your first breakdown, even before Eden bloomed, you were already written into the architecture of divine affection. And he didn't just see the love you would give. He saw the battles you would survive, the nights you would collapse on the floor, wondering if your heart could ever trust again, the moments you said amen while still bleeding. Still, he called you worthy. Worthy to be seen without shame, loved without fear, honored without performing, the one God is sending. They've asked the same aching questions. They've stood in hotel rooms after ministry events, wondering if anyone would ever see their soul beneath their gifts. They've walked through rooms full of people and still felt invisible. Their value wasn't ignored because it was absent, but because it was too precious to be handled casually. Like Joseph in prison, interpreting dreams for others while waiting for his own to be fulfilled, they were kept hidden, not because they weren't ready to love, but because the world wasn't ready to handle their depth. Like David in the sheep fields, unseen by men but already crowned in heaven, they were hidden for protection, not for punishment. Now the veil lifts. For them, for you, this is a moment of holy unveiling. And when they see you, they won't shrink from your story. They won't retreat at your vulnerability. They'll recognize the glory braided into your grief, the courage behind your scars, the gold beneath your grit. They won't idolize you, but they won't reduce you either. They will stand not as a fixer, but as a witness, someone who knows the difference between admiration and covenant. With them, there will be no performance, no needing to inflate or earn. You will not beg for space in their heart. You'll find it already prepared. In their presence, your soul will breathe. Not anxiety, not adrenaline, but alignment. A breath that says, I am no longer in hiding. You will keep in perfect peace those whose minds are steadfast because they trust in you. Isaiah 26:3. This is not just peace for the moment. This is peace that reprograms your nervous system, that anchors your mornings, that silences survival mode. The kind that makes you stop running, not from love, not from hope, and not from the blessing itself. Could it be that what you once feared would break you is now being given to build you? This is divine timing kissing divine preparation and whispering, now is the time. And we've seen this kind of timing in real life. Zarifa Ghaffari, one of Afghanistan's first female mayors, survived multiple assassination attempts, held onto her post in the face of violent opposition, and stood as a beacon of courage. But even she confessed, what strengthened her most was not the position, but the support of her quiet husband, who prayed while she led and listened while she rebuilt. The one God is sending carries that same reverence. They're not threatened by your mantle. They're committed to its protection. And where others faked confidence to gain influence, Anna Delvey, real name Anna Sorokin, manipulated New York's elite through false wealth and social lies, eventually exposed and imprisoned. Her story wasn't just scandal, it was a warning. Counterfeit favor always collapses under the weight of truth. That's why you were shielded, to avoid ever mistaking spectacle for substance. Then there's Matteo, a bicycle mechanic from Quito. Quiet, honest, steady. He fixed more than chains. He fixed what people had given up on. One woman, visiting from Canada, left her broken bike with him and returned to find it not only restored, but with a note. We repair more than what's visible. She asked about the message. It's how I believe love works, he said. 2 years later, they opened a repair cooperative for single mothers. It didn't begin in fireworks. It began in faithfulness. And that's how yours will begin. And when doubt returns, and it may, it won't stand a chance, because you will no longer try to deserve love. You'll simply learn to carry it. You'll stop asking, am I too much? And start asking, What divine purpose is this love unlocking in me? As Romans 8:30 declares, and those he predestined, he also called. Those he called, he also justified. Those he justified, he also glorified. This is not improvisation, it is ordination. You are not stumbling into alignment. You are stepping into something that was prepared before you were ever misunderstood. But understand this, chosen one, the purpose of this connection stretches far beyond the ease of companionship. Could it be that what you longed for was never just love, but the release of a mantle that required a witness? This is not heaven indulging your longing, it is activating heaven's blueprint. You prayed for comfort, but God is fulfilling commission. This union is not a sentimental gift, it's a strategic deployment. The love you're about to experience isn't ornamental, it's instrumental. It will not only bring healing between the two of you, it will release healing into everyone who witnesses the overflow. Legacy will be born. Generational curses will shatter. Chains that haunted your bloodline for decades will finally fall. People won't just admire how you love. They'll be delivered by the force of what your union unlocks. One can put 1,000 to flight, but two can put 10,000. Deuteronomy 32:30. You will begin to see what this means, not just in theory, but in tangible impact. What once weighed heavily on your shoulders alone will now feel lifted, because the weight will be carried in rhythm. Burdens you once held in isolation will now be dissolved through shared intercession. You won't just love, you'll lead, you'll plant, you'll preach restoration without a pulpit. The fruit of your partnership will speak louder than any sermon. But don't forget this, with great alignment comes intense resistance. And the moment your spirits begin to resonate in covenantal frequency, warfare will awaken. The opposition isn't proof of failure, it's proof of spiritual force. The enemy does not fight what is passive. He warps and wrestles only with what is dangerous to darkness. So, when distractions surge, when old wounds echo louder, when temptations masquerade in new forms, don't be startled, be still. You're not unguarded, you're not outnumbered. For he will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways. Psalm 91:11. That includes your emotions, your discernment, your schedule, and your sleep. What God authored, he also surrounds. You don't have to defend this bond with fear. You defend it through worship, through posture, through discernment. Let your warfare become adoration. Let your preparation be praise. Begin to bless the one heaven is releasing. Even before you meet, intercede for their clarity, celebrate their survival, honor their scars, even in the spirit, for it's not just their beauty that will qualify them, it's their battle history. Thank God now for their unseen victories, for every betrayal they endured without bitterness, for every night they stayed faithful without recognition. Their faithfulness shaped their fitness for you. This connection isn't being written, it's being revealed. The blessing isn't approaching, it's already in motion. You're not waiting on it, you're about to walk into it. This is more than affection, this is reclamation. Through this covenant, God is restoring what was stolen: hope, identity, voice, dignity, legacy. The very things the enemy tried to destroy will become the foundation of your testimony. Your love will be a living altar, a public declaration that God still keeps covenant, even when the world forgets what loyalty means. And yes, as the promise draws closer, so will the pressure. But don't confuse the tremors of transition with failure. This is not regression, it's resistance. The enemy does not introduce chaos unless peace is being planted. Have you noticed how temptations seem louder just before you cross into healing? How shame tries to resurface when wholeness is just a breath away? Could it be that the enemy senses what you're only beginning to perceive? Your soul is not collapsing, it's crossing over. The warfare isn't random, it's mathematical. The closer you get to breakthrough, the greater the gravitational pull of legacy. You are not breaking down, you are breaking through. This is not your moment to react, it is your hour to rest. Rest in what God has spoken. Rest in the invisible architecture He's designed around your life. Stop trying to outrun the storm. Anchor yourself beneath the shelter of divine timing. Let peace, not panic, lead your posture. Look at Ezra, the priest and scribe, who returned to rebuild the temple after years of exile. Opposition met him at every turn, political, spiritual, emotional, yet the work was completed. Why? Because God had called it. When heaven authors a blueprint, hell can only delay, it cannot destroy. And while you prepare, remember, even now the one being sent is facing their own final fire. They too are pushing through the last test. You're not waiting alone, you are being drawn together. You will not need to hustle to keep what God has sealed. You will not need to convince them to understand your calling. They will already carry the language of your spirit. We see that kind of resonance in real life. Rosaria Butterfield, once a vocal skeptic of the Christian faith and a tenured professor, encountered the gospel through friendship, not force. Eventually she married a pastor, and together they steward not just love, but legacy, mentoring, adopting and building spiritual homes for those long estranged from God. Her story wasn't just personal, it became generational intercession. In contrast, look at Jeffrey Epstein, a man who moved in secret, used relationships as weapons, and manipulated proximity for power. His alliances collapsed into infamy. His empire was built on invisible cruelty, and it crumbled under undeniable justice. The difference? One stewarded intimacy for eternity, the other corrupted it for ego. And there's Sandro, a fictional Argentinian sculptor. Known only in his neighborhood, he crafted clay memorials for mothers who lost children to political violence. One widow came, expecting cold silence. Instead, he said, "This art doesn't erase grief, it gives it breath." She returned often. Years later, they built an institute for public healing through art. Their union wasn't quick. It was quiet and transformational. So when peace finds you in their presence, when you no longer feel the need to rehearse your worth or defend your design, is it possible that this peace isn't just for you, but for every bloodline attached to your obedience? That's not adrenaline, that's alignment, that's your spirit saying, "It's time." And as Revelation 3:8 proclaims, "See, I have set before you an open door that no one can shut." Can you feel it now? The door's not creaking, it's swinging wide. Type 777 if this word doesn't just comfort you, but commissions you. Because this is no longer about what you're waiting for. This is about what heaven is finally ready to release through you. Heaven is not improvising, it is orchestrating. And now, as divine timing, appointed people and sacred places begin to move into synchronized resonance, the invisible blueprint you've been quietly carrying is being activated. The frequency of heaven is aligning with the architecture of your obedience. The God who began this good work in you isn't just a dreamer. He is the master builder, and he finishes what he starts. You are not late. Chosen one. You are not disqualified. You are not forgotten in some dusty corner of time. You are right on schedule with eternity. But do you know why the pressure has increased? Do you realize why the silence has lasted this long? Could it be that God has been preparing not just your hands to receive, but your heart to carry? Could it be that what's coming into your life isn't just affection, it's assignment? And if that's true, wouldn't that require a different kind of preparation? The Lord is whispering with holy precision, do not flinch, do not fold, stand your ground. This is not a time to panic. This is the moment to praise, not for what you see, but for what is coming. Just as Paul and Silas praised in prison before the chains broke, your praise in confinement is what unlocks the doors of divine covenant. Philippians 4:6 isn't a comfort quote, it's a tactical warfare code. Do not be anxious about anything, but in everything by prayer and supplication with thanksgiving, let your requests be made known to God. This isn't about romance as the world sells it. It's not about butterflies in the stomach. It's about birthing destiny. Clean your home, yes, but more importantly, cleanse the internal chambers of your soul. What hidden clutter have you left untouched? What emotional debris still occupies the territory where covenant is meant to dwell? You're not making room for a guest. You're constructing a sanctuary, one designed to house legacy, not just comfort. When God sent Ruth to Boaz, it wasn't just for provision, it was for lineage. Their union birthed the bloodline that led to David and eventually to Christ. This is not a casual connection. This is covenant continuation. The one God is sending to you won't arrive empty-handed. They are bringing sacred weight, not the weight that burdens, but the weight that confirms presence. The Hebrew word for glory, kavod, literally means weight. This is what you're about to host in your life: the glory of shared purpose, the gravity of divine partnership. And yes, you'll be tempted to question it, especially when it doesn't arrive the way you fantasized. But do you remember how Mary received her promise? Not with trumpets and roses, but in scandal, in silence, in surrender. She didn't carry a love story, she carried salvation. What would shift in you if you believed that what's coming into your life isn't a person to complete you, but a partner to help build what heaven entrusted to you? What if you're not just receiving someone, you're receiving a key to a realm you couldn't unlock alone? In psychology, the theory of earned secure attachment tells us that even if you've been through trauma, abandonment, or betrayal, you can still cultivate healthy love through intentional healing. You're not too broken to build this sanctuary. You're being made ready, not by pretending you're flawless, but by being faithful in your flaws. The world told you to perform, but God is telling you to prepare. Your preparation isn't decoration, it's consecration. Each act of gratitude is not fluff. It is spiritual soil conditioning. You are not begging, you are aligning. Speak peace over your space. Anoint your atmosphere. Bless the path of the one being sent to you. They are healing too. Pray for their wholeness. Speak life over their transitions. And watch how heaven begins to echo your prayers in their footsteps. A painter once broken by war and addiction, Vincent van Gogh, said, "What would life be if we had no courage to attempt anything?" The courage to love again, to hope again, is the same courage that births masterpieces. But not every artist builds with brushes. Some build with tears, with prayers, with surrender. And there are those like Jim Jones, who were once spiritual voices, until ego distorted purpose and turned vision into manipulation. His need to be worshipped destroyed hundreds of lives in the Jonestown massacre. That's what happens when people mistake control for calling and charisma for covenant. But God is not sending you a god. He is sending you a servant leader. And you must be prepared not to idolize, but to co-labor. Have you cleared the old conversations that echo doubt in your mind? Have you filtered the voices that question whether you're worthy? Reclaim your atmosphere, reframe your narrative, redesign your internal architecture, not with fear, but with reverence. Watch the trees. They do not panic when winter strips them bare. They trust the unseen rhythm of restoration. Beneath the surface, root systems thicken and fortify. So too, your unseen growth has not been wasted, it's been strategic. A woman named Mariella once turned down every proposal because she said, "I'm not building a home, I'm building an altar." Years later, when her covenant partner found her, it wasn't chemistry that confirmed it. It was clarity. They built a home that became a refuge for abandoned children, and their love was never about their comfort. It was about kingdom work. This love will be tested. All sacred things are. Your covenant will be questioned, resisted, misunderstood. But resistance is not a red flag. It is a refining fire. Diamonds do not come out of pillows. They emerge from pressure. This union will not need to explain itself. It will radiate by fruit. It will not be protected by applause. It will be sustained by prayer. You were never meant to impress the masses. You were assigned to obey the mission. Isaiah 55:11 resounds, "So is my word that goes out from my mouth. It will not return to me empty, but will accomplish what I desire." God's word concerning your union is not optional. It is inevitable. The love coming into your life is not seasonal. It is structural, and the Lord himself is the architect. Psalm 127:1 declares, "Unless the Lord builds the house, the builders labor in vain." This is not a fairy tale. It is a formation, and the anointing upon it will ripple through generations. This is not about chemistry. It's about covenant continuity. Deuteronomy 7:9 confirms, "Know therefore that the Lord your God is God, the faithful God who keeps covenant and steadfast love to 1,000 generations." So clean your spirit, clear your mind, prepare your home, and most of all, ready your soul. Because you're not just about to fall in love, you're about to walk into destiny. And this sacred arrival will not be explained, it will be felt. It will not ask permission, it will establish itself. Because what God has joined together, no man, no voice, no critic, no timeline will ever separate. When the one heaven anointed for your life finally steps into view, it won't be announced by chaos or cloaked in emotional theatrics. No sirens, no tidal waves of adrenaline. Instead, it will arrive the way dawn enters the sky, gradual, radiant, certain. The confirmation won't come in fireworks, but in stillness. Not a passive silence, but a sacred resonance. A peace so deep it feels like armor around your spirit. This is the kind of peace that, as Paul writes in Philippians 4:7, surpasses all understanding and will guard your heart and mind in Christ Jesus. But what does peace that guards actually feel like? Can you recognize the voice of divine alignment when the world is screaming urgency? Have you ever stood in front of something so calm that your chaos finally collapsed? That's how you'll know. Not through your pulse, but through your stillness. Not by the spark of adrenaline, but by the breath of rest. When they speak, their words won't manipulate your feelings. They'll minister to your wounds. Their presence won't provoke insecurity. It will anchor your identity. Their eyes won't see you as territory to conquer. They'll recognize you as prophecy fulfilled. And in that gaze you'll feel it, not possession, but divine recognition. Even the silence between you will feel like sanctuary, not absence. They will not try to dim your light. They will protect it. They will not shrink in your strength. They will shield it. Their love won't compete. It will cover. Jesus said in John 15:9, "As the Father has loved me, so have I loved you. Abide in my love." And when you truly abide, your nervous system won't have to brace for betrayal. Your soul won't have to beg for belonging. But how will you respond when others don't understand it? Will you let their confusion distort your clarity? Will you pause your obedience to answer questions heaven never asked you to explain? Romans 8:30 answers boldly, "Those he predestined, he also called. Those he called, he also justified. Those he justified, he also glorified." You are not performing for public consensus. You are walking in divine sequence. They may not check every box your friends wanted, but they'll carry what no algorithm can measure. Anointing that's been tailor-fit to your soul, your story, your scars. Just like Moses, sent back to Pharaoh not with strategy, but with a staff and the word of the Lord. This person is not coming with social credentials, but spiritual clearance. Their alignment won't be explained. It will be discerned. And when resistance arises, and it will, don't engage in defense. You are not called to fight for approval. You are called to produce fruit. Fruit speaks for itself. Steve Jobs, visionary and innovator, once said, "Your time is limited, so don't waste it living someone else's life. Don't waste your soul trying to fulfill other people's fantasies. You were never sent here to copy. You were called to co-create." Now contrast that with Carlos Ghosn, once praised as the savior of the global auto industry. As CEO of Nissan and Renault, he wielded enormous power, but behind the sleek image, a web of financial deception unraveled. Accused of misusing millions and hiding vast sums from the public eye, he didn't face accountability. He fled justice, hiding in a box on a private jet, escaping to Lebanon. A man who once commanded boardrooms now lives in exile, unable to step back into the world he tried to dominate. That's what happens when ambition is divorced from accountability. What looks invincible without truth will eventually collapse in shame. But you, chosen one, are about to walk into something that doesn't need noise. It will be confirmed in fruit, in resonance, in rest. A woman named Raina once told her mentor, "I'm not asking God for someone who looks perfect. I'm asking for someone who makes purpose feel safe again." She later married a man who had walked through fire, through addiction, loss, grief, but whose surrender spoke louder than his past. Their home now has a small room called the Altar Room, where they pray daily for the restoration of other families. Their story was never about perfection. It was always about presence. Even the trees teach this. Redwoods don't grow tall because their roots are deep. They grow because their roots connect. Interdependence, not isolation, gives them stability. And so it is with you. The one God is sending won't isolate you from purpose. They'll intertwine with it. What if what's coming isn't a romantic rush, but a rooted reminder that you were never meant to carry this alone? What if the thing you feared wouldn't happen is precisely what God wrote long ago? Ezekiel 12:25 declares, "I, the Lord, will speak what I will, and it shall be fulfilled without delay." That means no opinion can override it, no rumor can dissolve it, no past wound can sabotage it, unless you give it permission. So why are you still trying to get human confirmation for a heavenly promise? Why are you waiting for applause when heaven has already approved? This love won't scream to be seen. It will be saturated in security. This connection won't beg for validation. It will stand in revelation. When God builds something, it doesn't shake under scrutiny. It shines under pressure. And when people ask how it happened, why it feels so holy, remember, it's not because you were lucky. It's because you were faithful. The time of wandering is over, not because you found ease, but because you found clarity. Isolation was never meant to be your permanent address. It was your training ground. Solitude was your sharpening place. But now the one who trained you in silence is sending someone who won't complete your calling, but complement it. And the only thing you need to do now is receive it with reverence. Heaven has already said yes. The one heaven is preparing for you will not be intimidated by your depth, your passion, or your spiritual intensity. They will not shrink in your presence, nor will they misunderstand your silence. To them, you will not be a riddle to decode, but a revelation to honor. You will not be too much. You will be exactly right. They will see you not as a project to fix, but as a wonder to witness. Your flame won't threaten them. It will draw them near, like a lighthouse draws home a weary vessel after long storms. Have you ever wondered if anyone could truly embrace both your strength and your tenderness? Have you dared to believe that someone would stand, not because they had to, but because they were sent to? What if your tears didn't scare them but summoned their gentleness? What if the parts you thought made you too complex were actually the very parts God highlighted in their spiritual map to find you? Their presence won't come with demands. It will come with rhythm, faithful, consistent, joyful. Not because you performed well, but because you were predestined for this kind of alignment. Their love won't be performative. It will be transformative. They won't fill the void that God alone is meant to occupy, but God will use them to reflect his nearness. This is not about dependence. This is about divine design. As Genesis 2:18 reminds us, it is not good for man to be alone, not just physically, but spiritually and emotionally. That void you felt, it wasn't weakness, it was prophetic space being cleared for what's sacred. And now God is saying, the wait was not for punishment, it was for precision. The one who's coming will not fear your calling. They will guard it in prayer. They will cover it in boardrooms, bedrooms, and battlefields of the unseen. In rooms where your name is spoken, they will shield your reputation without applause. When you're weak, they won't withdraw. They'll war in the spirit for you. And you won't idolize them. You'll intercede for them. You won't grasp for their validation. You'll partner in their destiny. This isn't emotional attachment. It is holy alignment, and that's why it will last. As Galatians 6:2 declares, carry one another's burdens, and in this way you fulfill the law of Christ. This will not be transactional love. It will be covenantal stewardship. Not because it's always easy, but because it's eternally assigned. This love will weather storms, not because you're unshakable, but because grace is your foundation. It will stand through silence, through transition, through testing. Not all love can hold you when you're quiet. Not all love stays when the spotlight fades. But this one, this covenant, was made for such moments. Do you remember the question you once whispered through tears? Will I always be alone? Heaven heard it. Not just once, but every time you asked it through clenched teeth, hidden journals, late-night prayers. And now, that prayer has grown roots. What loneliness tried to steal, connection, covenant, companionship, is being restored. None of those tears were wasted. Psalm 56:8 says, he bottles every tear, and now he's pouring joy into the vessel those tears prepared. This isn't a recycled heartbreak. This is fulfillment. It won't be perfect, but it will be purposed. It won't be effortless, but it will come clothed in grace. It may not resemble the world's version of romance, but it will feel like home to your soul, the kind of home that feels like clarity, not confusion. This isn't just a turning point. It's a divine unveiling, a love that was authored in eternity, sealed in sacred timing, and released in fullness. Can you feel the shift? Can your soul sense the settling? The table is already set, the invitation already sent, and the one who has been praying for you, fasting for you, fighting for their own healing, just to find you whole. They're already on their way. What would change in your preparation if you knew this wasn't random, but architected by heaven? Would your posture shift from survival to stewardship? Would you walk with anticipation, not anxiety? This kind of love isn't reserved for the passive. It's entrusted to the prepared. The Lord isn't rewarding your performance. He's responding to your alignment. You are not being asked to chase, but to consecrate. The breakthrough isn't earned, it's stewarded, and the one coming won't arrive because you proved worthy. They will arrive because God declared you ready. Like a temple designed with exact dimensions, this union is sacred architecture, not built with human hands, but with divine blueprints. As Hebrews 11:10 describes Abraham, he was looking forward to the city with foundations, whose architect and builder is God. And the same God who mapped Abraham's journey is authoring yours. Let me show you a woman named Selena, a trauma counselor who spent a decade telling herself she would always be too intense for marriage. Until one day, a quiet widower named Darius walked into her grief recovery group, not to heal himself, but to serve. He never tried to silence her fire. He brought wood to keep it burning. They now co-lead a center for healing marriages, and their love is built not on emotion, but endurance. Their bond began not in sparks, but in service. On the opposite end, consider Carlos Watson, once the charismatic CEO of Aussie Media. He promised disruption and innovation, but behind the scenes he manipulated data, faked audience reports, and deceived investors. What seemed like brilliance was illusion, and the platform collapsed under the weight of exaggeration. Why? Because it lacked integrity. Legacy cannot be built on pretense, but your union. It will not be constructed for likes or optics. It will be built on something weightier than the applause of men. It will be rooted in intercession, watered in patience, and covered in oil. Even the earth confirms it. Sea otters, when they sleep in water, hold hands so they don't drift apart. What if God is bringing you someone not to impress you, but to anchor you? So open your arms, yes, but more than that, open your faith. This is not the end of your waiting. This is the beginning of your commissioning. What's coming isn't just affection, it's assignment, not just passion, but purpose. This word isn't sent to merely encourage you, it's sent to activate you. Now, walk like someone who's about to host a promise. Pray like someone carrying prophecy. Rearrange your life like someone preparing space, not just for a person, but for a mantle. Because the one who's coming doesn't just love you, they recognize you. Now begin. Yes, begin not with grand gestures or dramatic declarations, but with what's right in front of you. What is in your hands today? What space do you dwell in? What habits hold you captive or liberate you in silence? Heaven is not waiting for you to feel ready. It is moving at the speed of your alignment. Clean your physical space, not just to tidy up, but as a prophetic announcement to the spirit realm. I am ready to host what you've promised, Lord. When you declutter your home, you are decluttering expectation. You are unmaking the chaos that once disguised your fear of disappointment. This isn't about impressing anyone who might enter. It's about preparing a dwelling place for covenant. Look at your habits. How do your mornings begin? Rushed, reactive, or rooted in reverence? How do your evenings close? Numbed by scrolling or soaked in stillness? Does your routine minister to your spirit, or merely maintain your survival? When they arrive, will they step into harmony, or will they be expected to fix what you refuse to surrender? Create rhythms that echo the frequency of peace. Speak life even when your emotions rebel. Words carry frequency, and frequency shapes atmosphere. Bless your own day before you bless another's. Say it aloud, not just in a journal. God, I thank you for the one you are sending. I bless their growth. I speak peace over their healing and joy over their journey. Have you prayed not just for who they'll be to you, but who they are becoming in Christ? What would shift if you saw them not as a desire to be fulfilled, but a destiny to partner with? Make space in your schedule. Make room in your thought life for intimacy without anxiety, connection without possession, vulnerability without panic. Can you practice gratitude not as a reaction, but as a weapon? Can you thank God in your hallway like you would in the promise room? Your waiting is not passive, it is posture. It is priesthood, and it is warfare. When the enemy whispers, "You're too much," or "You're not enough," don't argue. Prophesy. Declare aloud, "I'm not preparing for a person, I'm preparing for a purpose. I was chosen before the foundations of the world." That's not wishful thinking. It's Ephesians 1:4. For he chose us in him before the creation of the world to be holy and blameless in his sight. Live like it, serve like it, love like it. Let this next season be marked not by your striving, but by your stillness, not by frantic pursuit, but by sacred posture, not by asking, "Where are they?" but "God, what are you doing in me?" Let your faith rest not in the ticking of the clock, but in the steadiness of God's character. Be kind, even when unseen. Be generous, even in your quiet season. Forgive not to forget, but to free your future. And bless even those who misread your journey. They were never meant to carry this revelation. You're not preparing to impress a visitor. You're aligning your internal architecture with the frequency of heaven. You're becoming the kind of vessel that doesn't just carry love, but stewards legacy. As 2 Timothy 2:21 declares, "If anyone cleanses himself, he will be a vessel for honor, sanctified and useful to the master." And as you wait, worship. As you prepare, praise. As you anticipate, anoint every room you walk into with thanksgiving. Not because you're trying to earn the promise, but because your gratitude is evidence that you know it's already in motion. This is sacred ground. Your room is becoming sanctuary. Your heart is becoming soil. Your life is becoming an altar. And the covenant that's coming to meet you has generational echo. As Psalm 145 verse 4 says, "One generation will declare your works to the next." Have you heard of Agnes Gongsha Bojaxiu? The world knows her as Mother Teresa. She spent decades in anonymity, choosing daily simplicity, daily surrender. Her preparation wasn't loud, but it changed nations. She once said, "If you want to change the world, go home and love your family." She understood. Revival starts with rhythm, not spectacle. But contrast this with Do Kwon, the South Korean entrepreneur behind Terra Luna and its so-called stablecoin, Terra USD. He presented his vision as revolutionary, promising to decentralize finance and liberate wealth. But what looked like genius on the surface was, underneath, mathematical arrogance and spiritual emptiness. When the system collapsed, over $60 billion vanished, leaving millions devastated. And Kwon? He fled across borders, hiding from accountability. This is what happens when ambition outpaces humility. When you build an empire without a cornerstone, what isn't founded in truth will eventually implode under the weight of illusion. Meanwhile, a woman named Alaya, who once considered love a closed door after abandonment, began praying for her future covenant by setting a second plate at her dinner table every night, not out of fantasy, but faith. 5 years later, when her partner arrived, she said, "This table has never felt empty, it's only been waiting." Even the bees preach. They build hives with 6-sided hexagons, nature's most structurally efficient shape. Why? Because it wastes no space. Heaven is the same. It wastes nothing. Every moment you've endured is forming supernatural geometry, strength without waste. So here, now, as the breath of this message wraps itself around your ribs and rests on your spirit, receive this truth. The promise is not far. It's already unfolding. And when it finally stands before you, you will not be caught off guard. You will be clothed in readiness. You will not panic. You will recognize. This won't feel like a stranger. It will feel like a sentence you've always known, but never spoken out loud. So if this word found you in the shadows of doubt, or in the middle of reordering your faith, don't scroll past it. Declare it. Speak life over your space, your spirit, your future. Write it on your doorposts. Declare in the comments below, "Amen. I am preparing with purpose." Let heaven hear it. Let your walls echo it. Let your atmosphere shift with it. Let this declaration crush fear. Let your preparation speak louder than panic. And know this with all certainty. You are not just being visited. You are being trusted. You are not just being loved. You are being commissioned. You are not just in transition. You are standing on holy ground. And the door? It isn't about to open. It already has. Before we pray, pause. Not just with your body, but with your soul. Slow your thoughts. Close your eyes if you can. Inhale deeply. Not just breath, but intention. This is not a performance. It's not even a request. This is an alignment, a sacred recalibration between your spirit and the one who has authored your timeline with eternal wisdom. This is holy ground now. Even if you're sitting in a car, a kitchen, or in the quiet ache of your room, let it become a sanctuary. Because heaven is leaning in. Let us pray, not as beggars knocking on a locked door, but as children returning to a home that was always open. Father, Abba, our architect and shepherd, We come to you not with scripted eloquence, but with surrendered hearts. We come as those formed from dust, but filled with destiny, not because we deserve it, but because you desire us. You chose us before we ever chose you. We lift up our hands, not to reach for control, but to release it. Thank you, God, for every unseen detour that led us away from destruction. Thank you for the no's we cried over that were really divine barricades. Thank you for the nights where you felt absent but were deeply present, refining us in sacred silence. Thank you for pruning us in love so that what we bear will be fruit, not ego. Your word in Romans 8:28 says, "In all things you work for the good of those who love you and are called according to your purpose." So today, we don't cling to our own logic, we cling to that promise. Now, Lord, we pray for the one you are preparing. We may not know their name, their face, or their voice, but you do. You hold their story like you hold ours, in nail-scarred hands that do not shake. Strengthen them where they are. Heal them in the places no one sees. Refine them in their wilderness. Let their quiet season be filled with clarity, not confusion. Anchor their identity so deeply in you that when they find us, they do not search for completion, only confirmation. Let them love you more than they long for us. Let their hands be clean. Let their motives be holy. Let their boundaries be fortified. Let their friendships be wise. Let their heart be unshaken by delay and unseduced by distraction. And when your time, not ours, calls us into convergence, let it be by your Spirit, not our striving. Now, Father, turn the searchlight inward. Prepare us. Clean what religion couldn't reach. Heal what time didn't fix. Touch the hidden wounds we've normalized. Strip away the residue of comparison, unworthiness, fear, and guilt. We don't want to track yesterday's dust into tomorrow's doorframe. Let us not sabotage the sacred with unhealed survival. Isaiah 61:3 says, "You exchange beauty for ashes, joy for mourning, and praise for despair." So God, we give you what remains, burnt-out dreams, whispered doubts, and buried hopes, and we receive what you've held in reserve. Not just romance, but revelation. Not just affection, but assignment. Not just companionship, but covenant. We are not building something fragile. We are hosting something eternal. You are the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You think in generations. So let this union not just satisfy us, but speak to those who come after us. Let it heal generational fractures. Let it build altars in bloodlines. Let it preach louder than our mouths. Let it reflect your glory, not our performance. Ezekiel 12:25 declares, "I, the Lord, will speak, and what I speak shall be fulfilled without delay." So we don't manipulate, we posture. We don't grasp, we rest. We don't chase shadows, we host the light. Father, teach us how to thank you in advance. Let gratitude become our atmosphere. Let praise be our preparation. Let stillness be our strategy. When anxiety creeps in, let adoration be louder. When fear knocks, let your peace flood like a river. When isolation whispers, remind us, you are Emmanuel, God with us. This waiting is not a punishment, it's prophetic incubation. We are not being forgotten, we are being forged. When the moment comes, and it won't feel like a surprise. It will feel like a return, as if the seed has simply recognized the soil. So God, we pray over our homes. Sanctify our spaces. Cleanse every room of hidden bitterness. Let our walls carry worship. Let our floors welcome peace. Let our tables be set for legacy. Let our closets release what belongs to yesterday. Let our boundaries be consecrated. Let our routines reflect readiness. Help us live like those already trusted with a promise. Let our hearts be altars. Let our minds be renewed. Let our discernment sharpen. Let us recognize your whispers like Elijah in the cave, not in earthquakes or fire, but in the still small voice. And as we wait, let us worship. As we prepare, let us praise. As we move, let us magnify you. Because you are not just sending someone to us, you are sending someone through you, an echo of your faithfulness, a mirror of your intentionality, and a vessel that will not just love us, but partner with us for your purpose. We don't pray for perfection, we pray for presence. We don't ask for easy, we ask for eternal. Let this union be a healing river, not just for us, but for every life it touches. We seal this prayer not in anxiety, but in assurance, not in performance, but in surrender, not in doubt, but in the unshakable name above every other name, Jesus Christ. Amen. So now, chosen one, don't rush away from what's stirring inside of you. This wasn't just a word, it was a whisper from heaven, a confirmation that what your spirit has sensed all along is true. Someone special is coming, not as a coincidence, not as compensation, but as divine alignment. This is a response to the prayers you thought no one heard, a manifestation of the faithfulness you sowed in silence, a reflection of the secret God showed you, the one that kept you hoping, even when logic told you to give up. You're not crazy for believing, you're not naive for preparing, you're not weak for waiting, you're prophetic, you're positioned, you're chosen. When God reveals a secret, it's not to tease you, it's to train you, it's to shape how you posture your life in preparation for what heaven is about to release. And if that's you, if you feel the weight of this truth sitting on your chest right now, don't scroll past it. Don't dismiss it as just another message. Let your spirit say yes. Let your faith respond. If this word stirred something deep inside you, I want you to comment below right now. 777, I'm aligning for what's coming. That's your agreement. That's your open door. That's your act of faith. And if you've ever felt overlooked, forgotten, or disqualified, let this be your reminder. God doesn't forget what He promised. He just unveils it at the right time. And this chosen one is the right time. If this message or this prayer has touched you today, I want to thank you. Whether you've ever given through a super thanks or simply shown up with an open heart, your presence matters. Your hunger is seen. Your hope is holy. And if you haven't yet, go ahead, like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Not for me, but so that this word can reach the next soul who's hanging on by a thread. You might be the very bridge to their breakthrough. Until we meet again, may the Lord bless you and keep you. May He make His face shine upon you and be gracious to you. May you walk in peace, rest in purpose, and rise in boldness. Your future isn't approaching, it's being unveiled. Stay ready, stay pure, stay aligned. Your promise is already on its way, and so is the one who was created to recognize it. Chosen one, pause, right here, right now, not just with your body, but with your spirit. Something sacred is trying to break through the noise, and if you're reading this, it's because heaven scheduled this encounter. You weren't led here by accident. You were summoned by design. Your spirit has been catching signals the world couldn't explain. Quiet stirrings, delayed answers, moments where you felt watched but not seen, called but not yet called forward. And now, the atmosphere around your life is shifting again. You've been wondering quietly, why have the people I counted on gone silent? You've felt the tension. Doors that used to creak open now sealed shut. Invitations that never came. Connections that never called back. Was it rejection? Or was it redirection? Because here's the truth you've been aching to hear. The delay was not denial. It was divine orchestration. And help is coming, but not through the sources you expected. God is sending someone. Someone who doesn't know your history, but is assigned to your destiny. Someone with authority, access, and the power to lift you without needing an explanation for where you've been. This person, this divine stranger, is not coming because you campaigned for a chance. They are coming because heaven whispered your name in a room you've never entered, and they listened. Could it be that the person who changes your life forever won't be someone from your past, but someone who recognizes your future? This isn't just favor, it's fulfillment. When this moment comes, it may not feel familiar, but it will feel right, and you will know. You will know because your spirit has already been prepared to receive it. If that resonates with you, type 777 in the comments right now. That's not just a number, it's a declaration. It's you telling heaven, I'm ready, I receive, I believe. And to every chosen one who's sown into this sanctuary through Super Thanks, I want you to hear this clearly. Your obedience, your encouragement, your unseen sacrifices, they matter. They are seen by the one who rewards in secret and reveals in glory. Thank you for partnering with this sacred space. May blessings track you down with the same faithfulness you've shown here. But let me ask you something else. What if the help you need won't come from someone who looks like you, thinks like you, or walks like you? Will you recognize heaven even when it's wrapped in unfamiliar skin? That's the kind of miracle we're talking about. Not manufactured, not predicted, but divine. So don't rush past this moment. Don't skim the surface. Because in the next chapters, we're going deeper into how God is orchestrating a breakthrough so specific, so strange, and so sovereign that your only response will be, only God could have done this. The stranger carrying your key, they're already moving in your direction. Let's uncover how. Let's go. God's chosen ones. Divine help is coming through a stranger with authority. Chapter 1. The stranger was sent by God, not by coincidence. You've been walking in faith, sowing seeds in hidden places, wondering when the heavens would respond. But what if the answer is not coming through someone you know? What if the miracle is not wrapped in familiarity, but in a face you've never seen, carrying credentials you never imagined? What if the person God is sending has never heard your testimony, but they carry a key that unlocks your destiny? This is the divine pattern of heaven. God does not always use the ones you expected. He often bypasses comfort zones and stirs the heart of someone strategically positioned, someone unbound by your past, but fully aligned with your prophetic future. You've been asking for help, but did you realize God might be whispering your name to a stranger even now? Someone with the power to fund what you built in faith. Someone whose voice carries weight in rooms you were never invited into. Remember when Joseph was locked in Pharaoh's prison, forgotten by those he helped? Genesis 40. It wasn't a friend who released him. It was a stranger. Pharaoh, moved by a dream and by Joseph's divine gift to interpret it. Joseph didn't lobby for favor. He simply prepared in the shadows until God stirred the heart of someone with authority to call his name forward. Likewise, your silence hasn't been emptiness. It's been divine positioning. Does it surprise you that Ruth was lifted not by her people, but by Boaz, a man of influence, wealth, and favor, who saw her character and honored her faith? Ruth 2. God didn't use her past connections. He orchestrated a new alignment that would birth legacy, and Boaz's willingness to cover and elevate Ruth became the hinge of a generational blessing that led to King David and ultimately to Christ. This isn't about celebrity. This is about spiritual strategy. Look at what Bishop T.D. Jakes once said. God will sometimes hide you in obscurity, not because he's punishing you, but because he's preserving you for the right time and the right witness. The one coming into your life may not know your battles, but they will recognize your oil. They'll see what others ignored. They'll be drawn not by attraction, but by assignment. And no, this won't be a forced relationship or a manipulative favor. The connection will be holy, mutual, spirit-led. While you were being humbled, someone else was being elevated, not to overshadow you, but to reach back and pull you into the place ordained for you. A woman named Elira once spent years working quietly in a low-level office job, dreaming of starting a non-profit for displaced families. No one believed in her plan. She had no connections, no platform, no wealth. But one day, a woman walked in needing help with a basic form. That woman turned out to be the executive director of a national charity. Within weeks, Elira was funded, promoted, and seated on boards she didn't even know existed. She wasn't discovered because she pushed. She was elevated because heaven had whispered her name into the right heart at the right moment. Have you ever watched how ocean currents carry seeds to distant shores, delivering life to places the seed never intended to go? That's how divine connection works. It's not about proximity, it's about current. It's about flow. It's about divine navigation beyond what human minds can orchestrate. So what if the person being stirred to help you doesn't look like what you imagined? What if they come from another background, another culture, another spiritual journey? Will you recognize heaven's hand, even when it wears a stranger's face? Will you receive the blessing when it arrives, wrapped in unexpected robes? Could it be that while you were weeping, someone else was dreaming? Could it be that your season of silence was actually God's canvas for someone else's obedience? Could it be that your humility is what made heaven confident to assign another's authority to assist you? This next move won't require your resume, your hustle, or your performance. It will require your discernment, because the person coming may not even realize fully why they're drawn to you, but their spirit will know. Their obedience to the prompting of God will intersect your preparation, and together breakthrough will be born. While you were quietly confronting generational curses, breaking cycles, praying through spiritual heaviness, and unlearning patterns no one warned you about, someone else was being instructed in a completely different sphere. You were being refined by fire, while they were being refined by favor. You were hidden, but they were being given blueprints, divine downloads that didn't make sense at the time, but are about to make perfect sense when your paths intersect. Does it make you wonder who's been hearing your name in the spirit without ever meeting your face? Could it be that the very person who will speak for you in a high place has already been awakened by God in dreams they can't explain? Could their restlessness be tied to your assignment? They won't be drawn to your talent, your resume, or your appearance. They won't be impressed by your words. They'll be compelled by your oil. This is not about charisma. It's about calling. God will trouble their spirit until they move. Like King Ahasuerus in the book of Esther, they won't be able to sleep until they remember someone they're divinely assigned to bless. Esther 6:1-3. You are that someone. The record of your obedience has reached heaven, and now it is echoing in the chambers of influence. And when they find you, they won't see your pain. They'll see your purpose. They won't notice your wounds. They'll recognize your mantle. This is not fantasy. This is how God moves. David wasn't invited to the feast. He was forgotten in the field. But Samuel wasn't allowed to sit until the one with the oil's match arrived. 1 Samuel 16:11. Likewise, someone is being spiritually delayed, restless in their spirit, until they meet you, because their obedience is tied to your release. Pope Francis, a spiritual leader revered across the globe, once remarked, "You pray for the hungry, then you feed them." That's how prayer works. The one God is sending your way is not coming just to talk. They're coming to act. Their obedience is active, practical, tangible. They may not bring a sermon, but they will carry a solution. In a bustling city in the Middle East, a man named Karim was building solar-powered water stations for rural villages. He had never heard of the woman whose idea sparked a similar vision across the ocean. One day, while traveling, he met her by sheer coincidence at a conference he wasn't even planning to attend. Within hours, they realized their visions aligned perfectly. Within months, her unseen blueprint was fully funded and deployed in 3 nations. Their connection wasn't manufactured, it was orchestrated. It wasn't strategic, it was sacred. Have you ever seen how bees from distant hives pollinate the same field without knowing one another? How do they know which flower carries the right signal? How do they sense what needs tending, even from miles away? It's not about knowledge, it's about instinct, about obedience to a design deeper than logic. That's what's happening to the person God is sending. They're being drawn to your frequency by divine signal. So when they show up, will you be ready to receive? Will you be able to recognize the hand of God even when it wears unfamiliar clothing? Will you have the humility to accept help that doesn't look like what you prayed for? Or will you reject the door simply because it doesn't look like the last one? Could it be that your elevation has nothing to do with effort, but everything to do with readiness? Could it be that your heart posture is the passport to your next season? Could it be that the stranger isn't late? They're right on the heaven's time, but you don't need to fight for recognition. You don't need to manipulate opportunities. Stay aligned, stay surrendered, stay clean in your motives. The one God is sending is not just looking. They've been trained to see. They've been equipped to recognize your oil, even if the world still doubts it. They've been prepared in silence, just as you have. And when their obedience collides with your faith, elevation will no longer be a hope. It will become your reality. As Scripture says, "Blessed is she who believed that the Lord would fulfill his promises to her." Luke 1:45. The promise is not distant. The fulfillment is not delayed. The vessel is on the way, and it's not coincidence. It's command. Chapter 2. Your name is already in the room. You've walked through seasons where silence felt louder than applause, where doors didn't just stay shut, they didn't even acknowledge your knock. You've watched others get called, celebrated, and platformed, while you sat in the background carrying a word, a vision, a calling so heavy it burned in your bones. But now something is shifting. You haven't stepped into the room yet, but your name has. Heaven didn't wait for your arrival to start speaking. Your obedience has already sent ripples into places your feet haven't touched. And now, whispers are becoming conversations. Conversations are becoming decisions. And those decisions are creating space for your destiny to unfold without you forcing your way in. Could it be that while you were asking, "How long, Lord?" someone else was asking, "Who can we trust with this responsibility?" Could it be that while you were feeling forgotten, heaven was orchestrating favor behind your back? Could it be that your absence from the room was actually part of the strategy? God doesn't work through popularity. He works through purity. And the purity of your surrender has become a fragrance too strong to ignore. It's rising to thrones, drifting into leadership meetings, showing up in prayer closets of people who don't even know your face but can't shake your name. As Psalm 126 verse 5 declares, "Those who sow in tears shall reap with songs of joy." You haven't been weeping for nothing. Your seeds have germinated in secret, and now the harvest is asking where to find you. That's why the doors you're about to walk through won't be opened by effort. They'll swing wide by divine impulse. Someone will wake up with an unshakable urge to reach out. Someone will pause a conversation mid-sentence because your name interrupts their thoughts. Someone will scroll through a list of applicants and stop, not because of your resume, but because your spirit radiates through paper. Look at Nehemiah. He wasn't a prophet, he was a cupbearer. Yet the king noticed his grief and felt moved to release him into purpose. Nehemiah 2. Nehemiah didn't lobby, campaign, or strive. He simply remained faithful, and God stirred the heart of authority to make room for his assignment. Likewise, your elevation is not coming from persuasion, it's coming from placement. A similar moment happened in the life of Deborah. Long before she judged Israel under the palm tree, her authority was sensed in the Spirit. She didn't force leadership. Her wisdom and anointing drew the people to her. Judges 4. When God marks you, he places your name in the memory of those who have the power to respond. World-renowned designer Coco Chanel, once an orphan raised in a convent, became a global name not because of wealth or social advantage, but because someone mentioned her style to the right patron. That patron became a door. That door became a runway. That runway became history. When heaven favors you, legacy unfolds from whispers. An unnamed teacher once taught in an underfunded school, pouring heart and prayers into every student, even when none of them seemed to care. What she didn't know was that one quiet boy in the back would grow up to be a major political leader. In a televised interview years later, when asked who shaped his resilience, he said only her name. And with that one sentence, she was given national funding to train others just like him. Her influence was seeded in prayer, but harvested through someone else's recognition. Imagine a redwood forest. The tallest trees, majestic and powerful, were once seeds carried by wind, buried in silence for decades. No one saw their roots breaking through rock, but the wind remembered where to place them. The earth remembered how to nurture them. And when it was time, they rose higher than all. That's what's happening to you. You've been hidden long enough, but the wind has already carried your name into the right soil. So why would you worry about being seen? Why would you panic when you don't feel known? Why would you assume God has forgotten you when he's already spoken your name into timelines you haven't even stepped into yet? Why would you try to prove yourself when heaven has already vouched for you? You are not waiting to be discovered. You've already been commissioned. And the ones who will find you are not coming to validate you. They're coming to confirm what heaven has already declared. You've sown in obscurity, but your harvest is being announced in royalty. Your name is being written in notes passed between decision makers, in emails you didn't send, in meetings you didn't request. The platform you feared you'd never touch is now being shaped with your anointing in mind. This is what divine orchestration feels like. And when the call comes, you won't need to convince them. Your spirit will already be familiar, because God has gone before you. God's strategy has never been random. Every detail of your journey has been deliberate, even the parts you questioned, the seasons you called silent, and the chapters where no one seemed to notice you. But what if that very silence wasn't punishment, but preparation? What if privacy was protection? What if being hidden wasn't rejection? It was preservation, until the right eyes, the right ears, and the right moment aligned. Can you feel it now? The sense that something is brewing behind the veil, that heaven hasn't just watched your prayers, it's been forwarding them, that every time your name was left off a list on earth, it was being etched onto scrolls in heaven. Moses spent 40 years in obscurity, tending sheep in Midian before God called him by name from a burning bush, Exodus 3. He wasn't campaigning for leadership, he wasn't auditioning for attention, but his name echoed in heaven long before Pharaoh ever heard of him. In the wilderness, he was refined, but in the courts of Egypt, he was revealed. God is doing the same with you. Your name has been carried by angels into places you've never walked. Your story is being whispered by the Spirit into the hearts of people who've never heard your voice but feel tethered to your assignment. Pulitzer Prize-winning author Maya Angelou once said, "There is no greater agony than bearing an untold story inside you." But what she didn't say is this: Even when your story goes untold by you, heaven can still tell it for you. Someone right now is being drawn to the frequency of your calling without ever hearing your name. They don't know your bio, but they've seen your light in a dream. They don't know your face, but they've been stirred to seek you out. In a remote mountain village, a midwife named Soraya labored in secret, delivering over 900 children without ever stepping foot in a hospital. For decades she served without recognition, until a traveling journalist met a child she saved. That one encounter led to a national documentary, and Soraya, she was invited to teach at universities she couldn't even pronounce. She never asked for fame, she just honored her assignment. And heaven honored her name. Picture a glacier, massive, unmoving, seemingly still, but beneath the surface entire rivers shift, carving paths through bedrock, preparing new landscapes without a single sound. That's what God has been doing with your name. While you stood still, heaven moved mountains behind you. So why worry when you're not applauded? Why stress when no one claps? Why mourn every closed door when God has been writing your name into scrolls of remembrance and destinies of influence? Why chase what has already been assigned? Could it be that you were hidden because the enemy would have targeted you too early? Could it be that your silence was the signal that drew heaven's protection over your process? Could it be that being overlooked was the first sign you were set apart? Even now, someone is walking through a bookstore, drawn to a title they didn't plan to read, but inside is your quote. Someone is reviewing portfolios, and yours is standing out, not because it's flashy, but because it carries presence. Someone is asking God for a sign, and your name is about to be their answer. You may still feel like you're stuck in wilderness territory, but the truth is, your name has already crossed into Canaan. Your body may still be in the shadows, but your voice is echoing in places of influence. Your schedule may seem empty, but heaven's calendar is fully booked on your behalf. You don't need to beg for space. You don't need to beg for favor. The one who called you is also the one promoting you. Your obedience speaks louder than your profile. Your surrender has more power than any strategy. When God says, now, no algorithm can stop it. No gatekeeper can block it. No delay can hold it back. And when they call your name, because they will, you will know it's not chance. You'll remember the nights you cried into your pillow, the days you fasted with no answers, the weeks you kept working with no support. And suddenly, it will all make sense. This isn't hype. This isn't coincidence. This isn't manipulation or marketing. This is prophecy unfolding, on time, on schedule, and with power. Chapter 3. This stranger will recognize the God in you. You didn't spend all these years cultivating purity, surrender, and spiritual depth just to go unnoticed. Heaven has been watching, measuring not your performance but your posture. And now, someone has been chosen, not by you, but for you. They're not coming because you went viral. They're not showing up because you advertised well. They are coming because something in their spirit has been stirred by the sound of your obedience. Can you sense it? That what's about to happen isn't a coincidence, it's a culmination. Could it be that your alignment in private is now being echoed in someone else's dreams? Could it be that while others ignored your anointing, heaven has sent someone who cannot help but respond to it? They won't come scanning for resume highlights or status updates. They'll be drawn by something eternal in you, something that doesn't wear designer clothes or carry social metrics. It will be the glory you've carried in silence, the authority you've earned through obedience. Theirs will not be the gaze of curiosity, it will be the gaze of recognition. Recognition of divinity, recognition of mantle, recognition of God's fingerprint on your life. The prophet Samuel once stood in front of Jesse's sons searching for Israel's next king. But God told him, Do not look at his appearance or at his physical stature, for the Lord does not see as man sees. For man looks at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart. 1 Samuel 16:7. That same vision, clear, spiritual, and unclouded by worldly filters, is now being given to someone with influence. They'll see you, not because you look the part, but because you carry the part. The oil on your life is about to be recognized by someone who knows exactly what oil feels like. This isn't about convenience. This is about covenant. Daniel wasn't looking for promotion, but King Darius saw his integrity and was compelled to elevate him above the other administrators. Daniel 6. It wasn't because Daniel campaigned, it was because Daniel remained consecrated. The same God who placed Daniel on the heart of a king is placing your name in the thoughts of someone who has the ability to lift you. They'll know, without explanation, that you were not made to be common. You were preserved to be positioned. Author and humanitarian Jean Vanier once said, "Love doesn't mean doing extraordinary or heroic things. It means knowing how to do ordinary things with tenderness." The person coming to bless you may seem extraordinary to the world, but their act of obedience will come from something deeply ordinary. A whisper from God, a nudge, a restlessness they can't explain. And when they obey it, heaven will smile. There's a man named Elliot who built a global logistics empire. But one morning, while praying, he felt led to attend a local worship night in a small town, far from his usual circles. That evening, he met a young woman who ran a shelter for displaced mothers, quietly funded out of her own salary. Elliot didn't ask for her resume. He simply said, "God told me to find you and fund the rest." Within a year, that shelter expanded to 5 cities. She didn't chase support. Support found her through divine recognition. Have you ever seen how monarch butterflies migrate thousands of miles across deserts, mountains, and oceans to reach a forest they've never been to before, yet somehow they arrive at the exact place their ancestors touched? It's not taught, it's encoded. The helper God is sending to you isn't just generous. They've been encoded to recognize your spirit. They've been built with the ability to find you without a map, without a past, without needing explanation. So why do you still doubt your visibility in the Spirit? Why would you ever question if your faithfulness has been noticed? Why would you be anxious about exposure when God has always worked through revelation? Why would you strive for access when heaven is sending someone who has the keys? Their wealth will not intimidate you. Their power will not silence you. Because when they see you, they won't see lack. They'll see light. They won't see your history. They'll feel your holiness. This is not business. This is breakthrough. This isn't a partnership. It's a divine orchestration. They'll come with favor, but leave with reverence. And when they speak your name, it won't be to promote. It will be to honor. Because they'll know what others missed. They'll sense what others ignored. This is the moment where divine timing collides with divine recognition, not for applause, not for performance, but for purpose. And the one sent to recognize you, they will not miss you, because heaven has made you unforgettable. And don't be startled when their words sound oddly familiar. When they look you in the eyes and say, "I don't usually do this, but something is telling me to help you. I can't explain it, but you feel familiar, like I've been assigned to this moment." That feeling, it's not coincidence. That stirring, it's not flattery. That unshakable pull they feel toward you is the Holy Spirit bearing witness. You've carried something sacred for so long that even strangers can sense it. They don't need to understand your journey to honor your oil. They may not know the nights you've wept into your pillow, or the times you chose obedience over opportunity, but they'll feel it. They'll feel the cost, and they'll feel the weight of heaven calling them to respond. Could it be that their favor is simply the echo of your faithfulness? Could their generosity be the answer to prayers you forgot you prayed? Could this divine encounter be the long-awaited sign that your private sacrifices were never invisible to God? You won't have to beg for it. You won't need to chase or manipulate. What's coming is not a reward for your performance. It's the fulfillment of your prophetic positioning. Your destiny is not arriving with fanfare. It's arriving through divine collision. A soul aligned with your mission. A spirit sent to support, not to control. A helper, not to compete with your glory, but to confirm the glory already resting upon you. Like when Elijah was fed by a widow who had nothing but a handful of flour and oil, 1 Kings 17. This connection will feel impossible on paper, yet it will flow effortlessly in the Spirit. God had already commanded her heart before Elijah ever arrived, and she didn't bless him because he begged. She blessed him because she recognized the assignment. Likewise, your provision will come through a vessel already prepared. Not because you asked loudly, but because you trusted deeply. And they won't ask for credit. They won't seek to boast. They'll simply say, I don't need to understand it. I just know I'm supposed to do this. That's how divine appointments feel. Awkward to the world, but perfectly aligned in the realm of heaven. Brené Brown, a social scientist and author known for her work on vulnerability, once said, "Connection is the energy that is created between people when they feel seen, heard, and valued. But, chosen one, this next connection is deeper than being seen or valued. It's about being sent." Heaven is the author of this introduction, and the conversation will feel like a continuation of something ancient, not the start of something new. Talia, a trauma counselor in Chicago, once offered to pray with a young man sitting outside her office, even though he wasn't scheduled. That prayer led to mentorship. That mentorship led to partnership. Years later, he became the CEO of a non-profit that now funds healing centers in 6 states, and she leads them all. She didn't know she was meeting a gatekeeper to her next season. She just obeyed the prompting. Ever seen how migrating birds find each other mid-air, adjusting formation without a word? That's the supernatural choreography of divine timing. One leads, one responds, then the sky shifts. The one God is sending won't just see you. They'll fall into step with you, recognizing where you're headed and willing to go with you into the next horizon. So when they show up, will you let them obey? Will you allow someone else's obedience to collide with your answered prayer? Will you release your suspicion long enough to receive God's setup? You were hidden, yes, but you were never forgotten. You were preserved in a sacred vault while God shaped both your voice and their resources. And now the seal has been broken. The alignment has been activated. They will bless you as if they've always known you, because in the Spirit they have. The story was written long before either of you arrived at this chapter, and now it's being performed in real time for the glory of God and the unveiling of your purpose. So let them pour, let them open the door, let them fulfill what they were sent to do, and let heaven receive the honor for it all. Because when God aligns 2 spirits, no force in hell can delay what has already been divinely decreed. Chapter 4. Your preparation qualified you for this moment. You've endured what others avoided. You've embraced silence where others demanded to be seen. And all this time, while the world misunderstood your pace, heaven was perfecting your posture. What looked like delay was divine design. What felt like denial was deeper development. You weren't forgotten. You were being fortified. Can you recall those nights you turned down opportunities that glittered, not because you weren't hungry, but because they didn't resonate with your spirit? Can you remember the tension in your chest when others applauded shortcuts? But you chose the long road of surrender instead. That wasn't foolishness. That was formation. You were being trained in invisible arenas, not for the applause of man, but for the affirmation of God. While others raced ahead to be seen, you remained hidden to be strengthened. While they built platforms out of performance, you let the presence build you in prayer. You didn't skip steps. You didn't manipulate timelines. You allowed every crushing to become a consecration. And that is what made you dangerous in the spirit. Could it be that your silence has been a strategy all along? Could your hiddenness have been a holy womb, not a tomb? Could it be that your pain wasn't a punishment, but a prerequisite? Joseph's journey from the pit to the palace was not instant. It was intentional. Years of silence, years of being misunderstood, years of false accusation. But in one divine moment, Pharaoh summoned him, not for charisma, but for clarity. Joseph's preparation, forged in prison, became the very reason he could interpret dreams with precision and rule with wisdom. Genesis 41. You too have been shaped by the Spirit in ways no platform could ever offer. This is not about hype. This is about heritage. God never promotes prematurely. He weighs character before releasing favor. He measures integrity before multiplying influence. You have passed those tests in private. That's why the public revealing is near. The stranger who is coming, this divine helper, has not been sent because of luck. They've been dispatched because of legacy. Your preparation has qualified you in ways unseen. They are not coming to hand you a gift you didn't earn. They are activating what's already been ordained. It reminds me of Esther. She didn't chase the crown. She was prepared in secret chambers for 12 months, bathed, instructed, and refined. She didn't present herself to the king until the appointed time, and when she did, she carried not just beauty, but divine timing and holy strategy. Esther 2:12 through 17. Like Esther, you've waited for your moment without forcing it. And now the doors that once ignored you can no longer resist what you carry. Business mogul and philanthropist Howard Schultz, the man who turned Starbucks into a global empire, grew up in public housing. He once said, "Success is not sustainable if it's defined by how big you become. Success is only sustainable if it's built on the foundation of values and character. You, chosen one, haven't just grown, you've been grounded. And because of that, what's coming won't collapse. It will continue." A woman named Imani, who worked as a janitor at an art institute, spent years listening to lectures she was technically not allowed to attend. But she stayed. She cleaned the halls. She studied the walls. And one day, a professor found her sketchbook left behind in a classroom. Today, her work hangs beside the very artists she once cleaned up after. That's what quiet preparation does. It positions you for explosive recognition when God says it's time. Imagine a pearl hidden in the mouth of an oyster, formed not overnight, but over years of pressure, grit, and patience. No one sees the layers build. No one applauds the closed shell, but beneath the surface something priceless is forming. That's been your story. You've allowed God to shape you without demanding an audience. So why doubt your readiness? Why fear this open door? Why question the timing of a God who saw the cost you paid in rooms where no one clapped? Could it be that your faithfulness in seasons of obscurity is now echoing in heavenly chambers? Could the stranger who is coming not be your breakthrough, but your reward? Could this be the chapter where everything begins to make sense? This isn't favor you manipulated. This isn't a platform you politicized. This is prophecy unfolding. This is promise arriving. This is what happens when obedience is uninterrupted and preparation is persistent. The person being sent to you has been prepared to honor the weight you carry. They're not intimidated by your process. They respect it. They're not confused by your pace. They've been matched to your rhythm. When they arrive, they'll carry confirmation, not confusion. Peace, not pressure. Honor, not hesitation. You may still feel the tremble of waiting, but heaven feels the fullness of time. You may still be in transition, but God has declared, now. and what once looked like isolation will be revealed as incubation. You didn't just survive the wilderness, you were sculpted by it. You learned how to discern whispers over noise. You learned how to sit still while storms howled around you. You learned how to manage your emotions when no one managed your pain. You learned to stretch your hands in worship when there was nothing left in your hands to hold. And because of that, heaven has deemed you trustworthy. Could it be that your poverty of options was actually richness in preparation? Could your silence in betrayal have been the very proof that you were ready for kingdom authority? Could your refusal to compromise when it would have been convenient be the reason divine doors are now unlocking before you? You didn't waste your quiet seasons, you watered them. You didn't resent the refining fire, you surrendered to it. And in doing so, you became more than capable. You became distilled. You became dangerous to hell and irresistible to heaven. When David was in the cave of Adullam, running from Saul, he wasn't simply hiding, he was being honed. The warrior king wasn't crowned in comfort, he was forged in obscurity, 1 Samuel 22. And when the time came, it wasn't David who reached for the throne, it was the throne that reached for him. Now, chosen one, the throne is reaching for you. Not a physical crown, but a divine confirmation. A stranger is coming, but they're not bringing a handout. They're bringing holy recognition. They don't carry what you need, they carry what's already yours, released now, because heaven has declared the preparation is complete. This isn't just another opportunity. This is prophecy being fulfilled in real time. This is your preparation colliding with its purpose. This is the moment where years of silence erupt into sudden favor. Nelson Mandela, who spent 27 years in prison before stepping into leadership, once said, "I have walked that long road to freedom. I have tried not to falter, but I can only rest for a moment, for with freedom comes responsibilities." You too have walked a long road, and your elevation will not come as a break from responsibility, but as a trust built on how well you carried your weight in the shadows. Nina worked as a caregiver for elders in her town. She was soft-spoken, unnoticed, but she prayed over each person she served. One day, a man she bathed daily, a retired judge, left her name in his will, not just with inheritance, but with a request: oversee a grant in his name for community healing. She didn't build that influence. Her faithfulness did. Have you seen how bamboo grows? For years, it does nothing visible above ground, but underneath, it's building a root system so vast it can support exponential growth. Then suddenly, in just a few weeks, it shoots up faster than most trees do in years. Your life has looked still to others, but your roots have been reaching deep. So why hold your head low now? Why explain away your growth? Why downplay your readiness because others didn't see your labor? God saw it all. Every lonely prayer, every late-night decision to stay holy, every yes whispered through clenched teeth. And he didn't just record your tears, he turned them into triggers for elevation. Could it be that the reason the blessing feels so fast now is because you spent years preparing slowly? Could it be that this sudden favor is not a surprise, it's a schedule kept perfectly by heaven? Don't shrink. Don't hesitate. Don't question what has already been confirmed in the courts of glory. This is not a random moment. This is a fulfillment. Your name was carried by angels to the right room, placed in the right heart, and activated at the right time. You are not being elevated because of how loud you were, but because of how low you bowed. You are not being honored for your image, but for your integrity. And you're not being seen now because you forced your way forward. You're being seen now because you stayed faithful when no one was looking. So rise, not in arrogance, but in authority. Rise, not to prove them wrong, but to prove God right. The moment you've been prepared for isn't just coming, it's here. Chapter 5. This blessing will break. Delay off your life. Chosen one, what felt immovable is about to shatter in a moment. The resistance you've been pushing against, the stagnation you couldn't explain, the heaviness that lingered even in seasons of prayer and fasting wasn't a denial. It was a divine pause. But now heaven has declared, enough. What if the pressure you've been feeling wasn't from the weight of failure, but from the build-up of a breakthrough? What if the silence wasn't the absence of God, but the gathering of momentum? What if what you've called delay was actually God holding back lesser outcomes to release something immeasurably greater? Could it be that you're standing on the fault line of sudden favor? Could it be that the wall you couldn't climb is about to crumble, not through force, but through one divine collision? Some doors aren't opened by sweat or systems, they're opened by spirit, and the one God is sending carries more than kindness. They carry clearance. They're not coming with just encouragement. They're coming with keys. Keys to vaults you didn't know existed. Keys to timelines that were paused until heaven whispered, now. When Peter sat in prison, surrounded by guards and sealed behind iron gates, it wasn't his pleading that broke him free. It was a divine visitor. The angel didn't knock. He walked straight through. And suddenly chains fell, gates opened, and Peter was escorted out while still rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Acts 12:6-11. That's what's about to happen to you. Not symbolic freedom, actual movement, not encouragement, release. This isn't about building the perfect network. This isn't about curating your brand or fine-tuning your resume. You've done something far more powerful. You've waited well. You've trusted without evidence. You've praised when nothing was shifting. You've stayed when it would have been easier to run. And because of that, this blessing isn't just reward, it's realignment. Remember Hannah, the woman who cried out in anguish for a child. Her prayers weren't ignored, they were incubating destiny. And when God moved, she didn't just birth a son, she birthed a prophet. Samuel changed nations. That wasn't a delay. That was a divine setup, 1 Samuel 1-2. Likewise, what you're about to receive is not just for comfort, it's for calling. Oprah Winfrey, now a global icon, was once fired from her first job as a news anchor. They told her she was unfit for television, but she didn't chase validation. She waited, trusted her voice, and built a platform that changed generations. When God breathes on a moment, what once looked like rejection becomes the foundation for a legacy. A young woman named Lydia ran a handmade textile shop online. Orders were rare. Growth was slow. She often wondered if her obedience to stay small was faith or foolishness. Then one night, her work was featured by an influencer who'd never spoken to her, but had received her product from a third party. That moment didn't just boost sales, it changed her life. New staff, new studio, new purpose. That wasn't strategy. That was supernatural alignment. Have you ever watched how lightning forms? For seconds, invisible currents gather tension above the clouds, layers of energy climbing, waiting, holding. And then, in one flash, everything shifts. That's what's happening in your life. Delay isn't denial. It's voltage collecting in silence, preparing to split the sky over your situation. So why do you feel like giving up now? Why question God's pace when His promises never come back void? Why retreat when you're one step away from the moment that makes all the silence worth it? Could one email really change everything? Could one conversation really cancel years of resistance? Could one person's obedience really reverse what 10 years of effort couldn't? Absolutely. Because when God sends a vessel, He doesn't send them empty-handed. He sends them equipped, with timing, with access, with authority. This next moment won't require your hustle. It will require your surrender. It won't be measured by visibility, but by spiritual velocity. What's coming isn't a product of pressure. It's a product of prophecy. So prepare, because Your life is about to go from pause to play, and not gradually, instantly. This stranger that heaven is sending, don't expect them to arrive empty-handed. They're not just coming with words, they're coming with weight. Weight that shifts atmospheres, weight that carries blueprints, provision, and permission. They're arriving with divine instructions etched in their spirit, codes of unlocking written not by man, but by the Spirit of God. And what they carry isn't just for your comfort, it's for your commissioning. This won't make sense to the ones who saw you struggling, to those who assumed your silence was weakness, who thought delay meant denial. But when heaven releases a moment, no opinion on earth can override it. Could it be that what felt slow was actually sacred? Could it be that your pain wasn't wasted but woven into prophecy? Could it be that all your not-yets were simply divine pauses, waiting for heaven's now? This is not a reward for your perfection. This is the fruit of your perseverance. You didn't fake your faith, you lived it. You didn't posture, you pressed. You didn't seek applause, you stayed anointed. And every tear you cried in the dark, it was a seed. And now the rain of fulfillment is falling. When Jesus met the centurion in Matthew 8, he didn't marvel at rank or title. He marveled at the man's faith, faith that believed a word from Christ could shift reality without proximity. And Jesus said, "Go, let it be done for you as you have believed." That very hour, healing came. No ceremony, no delay, just the power of divine alignment. That's what's coming for you. Miracle speed breakthrough rooted in quiet, unshakable belief. They may only say one sentence, send one email, make one introduction, but their yes will do what your striving never could. Their obedience will stretch the impact of your hidden labor. Their access will carry your name into rooms where your voice has never echoed, but where your spirit has already been planted. One moment can shatter delay. One connection can catapult you from surviving into soaring. You've been circling cycles for years, but now you're stepping into supernatural delivery, not convenience, covenant, not just help, heaven's hand. Bishop Desmond Tutu once said, "Hope is being able to see that there is light despite all of the darkness." But this next move won't just let you see the light, it will cause others to see you as light. You will walk into rooms not just as the recipient of breakthrough, but as its living proof. Jasper, a quiet school teacher from rural Ohio, had spent a decade writing children's books that no publisher would touch. He almost gave up until a retired librarian in another state happened upon one of his self-published titles. She sent it to a foundation leader who then funded the national distribution of his entire series. His story wasn't a lucky break. It was a divine collision. Your story is next. Picture the Earth's tectonic plates, seemingly still, but always building pressure below the surface. Then one shift releases energy that rearranges landscapes in an instant. That's what your obedience has been doing. It's been pressing against delay until delay has no choice but to break open. So why question if you're worthy of this? Why shrink when God has been stretching you? Why brace for disappointment when heaven is sending delivery? Could it be that this isn't just a blessing, it's a divine response? Could it be that this moment isn't about being seen, it's about being launched? Your name has already gone ahead of you, your obedience has already marked you, and your season has already turned. What's coming will not just bless you emotionally, it will catapult you vocationally, relationally, prophetically. It will open doors you didn't knock on. It will silence lies that mocked your pace. It will redeem years that seemed lost. It will confirm what your spirit always knew. God doesn't operate on man's schedule. He operates on eternal covenant. So clean your spirit, clear the clutter, make space in your heart, because this blessing won't arrive small, it won't trickle in, it will crash like a wave, and it will heal the damage done by the drought. You won't just move forward, you'll move fast. This isn't the end of the delay. It's the beginning of your divine delivery. Chapter 6. You're not being uplifted for status, but for service. Chosen one, let this truth settle in your spirit. God is not exalting you for applause. He's not raising your name so it can echo in admiration. He's lifting your life to become a conduit of His purpose. This isn't about being celebrated. It's about being commissioned. The elevation that's approaching is holy, strategic, weighty. You're not being uplifted so that people can admire you. You're being aligned so that people can be healed through you. You are not stepping into spotlight. You're stepping into stewardship. And yes, it will come with visibility, but that visibility is not your reward. It's your responsibility. Could it be that your years of obscurity were heaven's training ground? Could it be that the silence you endured was the classroom where you learned how to serve without entitlement? Could your hiddenness have been the tool God used to make sure you would never trade purpose for popularity? There are lives tied to your obedience, people waiting to hear your voice, not because it's loud, but because it's led. You are not being called to entertain. You are being called to edify. You are being launched not to occupy space, but to shift atmospheres. And that stranger who's coming into your life, they're not sent to elevate your ego. They're sent to activate your influence. They carry resources, reach, and authority. But they're not bringing a crown. They're bringing a confirmation. They don't come with a spotlight. They come with a scroll, a heavenly assignment that requires maturity, depth, and the kind of quiet strength that only years of surrender can produce. Look at Moses. When God called him from the burning bush, He wasn't offering Moses fame. He was offering him burden, to lead, to intercede, to confront Pharaoh, and to walk with a stubborn people toward promise. Exodus 3. That calling didn't elevate Moses into celebrity. It crushed him into service. And yet, that obedience changed history. What if your platform is not a stage but a strategy? What if your mic is not for performance but for prophetic instruction? What if what's being handed to you isn't status but stewardship? When Queen Esther was brought before the king, it wasn't because she demanded attention. It was because her obedience was perfectly timed with heaven's deliverance plan. Who knows but that you have come to the kingdom for such a time as this? Esther 4:14. She didn't rise for herself. She rose for her people. And so will you. Social activist and Nobel Peace Prize laureate Malala Yousafzai didn't seek fame. She sought education for herself and for others. After surviving an attack meant to silence her, she used her voice to speak globally on behalf of those without one. Fame was never her aim. Purpose was. Jacob, a former high-level brand consultant, left his lucrative career after surviving a near-death experience. He moved into a rural village, launching a mentorship program for fatherless boys. He doesn't speak at conferences, but every week he speaks into lives. One of those boys is now the youngest mayor in his state. Jacob wasn't called to be famous, he was called to be faithful. And have you seen the way rivers flow? They don't shout, they don't demand attention, but they carve valleys, sustain cities, and feed nations. That's what your life is about to become, a silent force of impact, not flashy, but foundational. So why are you questioning if you're qualified? Why compare yourself to those building brands when you've been building altars? Why fear being overlooked when God Himself has been watching in secret? Could it be that the very reason you've been kept low is so that pride couldn't take root? Could it be that the weight of your next assignment required years of hidden stretching? Your journey hasn't been ordinary because your impact won't be ordinary. That's why you had to endure without evidence. That's why you had to carry vision without applause. Because now, what was once internal is about to become eternal. This stranger, this divine helper, they won't be impressed by charisma. They'll be drawn to conviction. They'll be led by discernment, not by metrics. Their spirit will recognize yours, not for its polish, but for its purity. And when they come, they will not just open doors. They will align mantles. They will echo what heaven already decreed. You are ready, not to rule, but to serve at a scale that transforms lives. So prepare not for fame, but for function. Prepare not for status, but for assignment. What's coming will place you before leaders, but it's not so they can lift you up. It's so they can lift others through you. This is your commissioning, and heaven will back it with power. This next level won't feel like a party. It will feel like pressure. It won't feel like comfort. It will feel like consecration. You are not being promoted to sit in luxury. You're being propelled to stand in spiritual authority. God didn't prepare you for ease. He prepared you for impact. Can you feel it already? The shift that's tugging at your spirit, the pull toward greater territory, not for glory, but for God. The quiet weight that's beginning to rest on your shoulders, not as a burden, but as a mantle. This uplift will test every fiber of your surrender. Your faith will be stretched beyond familiar dimensions. Your compassion will be challenged by new demands. Your purity will be scrutinized by new levels of exposure. And yet, none of this will break you, because the preparation wasn't shallow, it was sacred. You won't be elevated to impress. You'll be elevated to intercede. You won't become visible to draw attention. You'll become visible to draw souls. You won't be resourced to build monuments to yourself. You'll be resourced to build movements that revive broken altars. In 1 Kings 18, when Elijah stood on Mount Carmel, it wasn't for fame. It was to confront a spiritual drought. His visibility came with responsibility, to rebuild the altar, to call fire from heaven, and to turn a nation's heart back to God. And that's what this elevation will be for you. You're not being raised to be seen. You're being positioned to provoke divine fire. This stranger who's coming, they're a sign, not a source, a vessel, not a savior. They are God's delivery method, but the mission is still spiritual. Their arrival doesn't replace your dependence on God. It demands more of it. The higher you go, the lower you'll have to bow. Malcolm X once said, "The future belongs to those who prepare for it today." You, chosen one, have spent years preparing, not for fame, but for fruit. And the fruit you're about to produce won't be measured by followers, but by freedom. People will be healed not because of how well you perform, but because of how well you obey. Aria, a trauma nurse turned spiritual counselor, spent a decade ministering in silence to abused women in a halfway home. No stage, no media, but one woman she mentored went on to establish a network of shelters across 6 states, naming Aria as her spiritual mother. Aria never posted about her ministry, but her obedience was echoed in legacy. And consider the way roots grow deep into the earth before a tree ever grows high. Without that depth, the tree collapses under its own weight. You are that tree. Your roots are strong. Your stillness has been strength. And now your branches are ready to carry glory, not to be admired, but to provide shelter. So why crave applause when you're being trusted with souls? Why chase recognition when God is handing you regions? Why desire compliments when heaven is placing callings in your care? Could it be that your silence was the evidence of your strength? Could your quiet obedience be what qualified you for this loud release? Could this visibility be less about your name being lifted and more about God being revealed? You are not stepping into comfort. You are stepping into assignment, and every open door is a signal, not that you've arrived, but that your new level of service has begun. This is not promotion for pride, it's promotion for purpose. And with every stage, your posture must remain low. With every invitation, your intimacy with God must grow deeper, because the platform won't protect you. Only His presence will. Your name may be recognized by man now, but your value, has always been settled by God. So don't mistake attention for authority. Don't confuse applause with anointing. This isn't about being seen. It's about being sent. Chapter 7. When it happens, give God the glory. Let's bring this full circle, chosen one. When the moment arrives, the shift you sensed, the door you prayed for, the stranger with favor in hand and destiny in their eyes, don't you dare let the world write the credits. This was never about coincidence. This was covenant. Before they spoke your name in boardrooms, heaven whispered your name in thrones. Before they invited you into strategy sessions, God was shaping your spirit in silence. Before they unlocked earthly doors, God was crafting eternal assignments. This isn't just a promotion. It's a prophetic unveiling of who you've always been beneath the layers of obscurity. Could it be that this moment is not the reward, but the reveal? Could what feels sudden actually be the result of sacred preparation? Could the person sent to bless you be the punctuation mark on a sentence heaven started writing years ago? You didn't build this moment with branding. You built it with brokenness. You didn't climb here with charm. You crawled here with covenant. You didn't shout for attention. You whispered yes through tears. And God recorded it all. Now He's responding, not with noise but with names. The name of someone you've never met until now. The name of a divine helper carrying the blueprints of your next. But as their voice unlocks doors, never forget, it was God who gave them the key. When Joseph stood before Pharaoh and interpreted his dream, he didn't glorify his gift. He said, "It is not in me. God will give Pharaoh an answer of peace." Genesis 41:16. That's the posture God is calling you to carry. The elevation will come, but so must the humility. Because while you rejoice over the favor, remember the fire. Remember the wilderness. Remember the nights when nobody clapped and you still showed up. Remember how God kept your mind when grief almost broke it. Remember the battles that trained your character when no one was watching. And here's the sacred warning. Don't confuse the helper with the healer. Don't worship the vessel. Worship the voice who sent them. The person may have resources, but God is your source. The person may hold doors, but God holds your future. Billionaire philanthropist and author J.K. Rowling once said, "Rock bottom became the solid foundation on which I rebuilt my life." But chosen one, your rock bottom wasn't where you rebuilt. It's where God rebirthed you. And now that you're rising, don't rewrite the story to remove the spirit. Elias, a formerly incarcerated artist, spent years sketching in prison using only pencils and cardboard. No followers, no funding, just raw gifting birthed through pain. When he was released, one of his pieces ended up in the hands of a museum curator. That one encounter turned into a solo exhibition, but Elias never took the credit. Every interview, every microphone, he redirected back to God. You are being positioned not just to be recognized, but to reflect. Your elevation is not for ego, it's for evidence. Evidence that when someone yields deeply, God responds publicly. Have you seen how sunflowers turn toward the light, even when it's cloudy? They don't grow for praise. They grow to follow the sun. That's you. Your alignment was never for applause. It was for divine orientation. And now the light is finding you, not to flatter you, but to fulfill what was promised. So why act like this was random? Why pretend this was hustle when it was holiness? Why let platforms dilute what prayer produced? Could it be that this blessing will last because it was never built on you, but on your yes? Could it be that your influence will stretch not because of charisma, but because of your crushed spirit made useful in the hands of the potter? This stranger who arrives with answers, thank them, yes. Honor them, yes. But glorify the God who whispered your name before time ever began, because it wasn't your resume, it was your reverence. It wasn't your perfection, It was your posture. It wasn't your visibility. It was your vesselhood. So give God the glory, because when man tried to overlook you, he covered you. When hell tried to break you, he built you. And when the season said delay, he said develop. This moment isn't just your reward, it's your revelation, and God alone deserves the credit. So when it happens, when the phone rings, when the email enters your inbox, when the room stands still and the invitation bears your name, don't just walk forward, drop first. Drop to your knees before you rise to your feet. Because the ground you're stepping into is not a stage, it's sacred. Worship before you work. Weep in gratitude before you walk in confidence. Let your first instinct not be performance, but posture. Because the one who opened the door is also the one who designed the path. You didn't script this moment, you surrendered into it. Could it be that this is the moment heaven's been preparing since the beginning of your wilderness? Could it be that what felt delayed was really being dignified in the secret counsel of God? Could it be that the spotlight you're stepping into was only created to reflect His glory, not magnify yours? So make this vow in your spirit. I will not steal God's glory for man's applause. I will not trade my anointing for attention. I will not forget who made the way when there was no way. Because you weren't self-made. You were spirit-formed. Remember Noah, when the floodwaters receded and he stood in a new land, his first act wasn't expansion, it was worship. Then Noah built an altar to the Lord, Genesis 8:20, not to himself, not to his strategy, to the God who preserved him. That must be your posture, a walking altar. So when they ask you, how did you get here? Don't let your bio speak louder than your brokenness. Let your humility be your headline. Let your answer be your testimony. Obedience brought me, grace kept me, and God will get the glory forever. Because this next level won't just highlight your name, it will magnify His nature. The stranger who arrives is not a finder, they're a fulfiller. They didn't discover you, they were dispatched to you. They don't carry your crown, they carry your confirmation. What they unlock isn't fame, it's a gateway into new realms of responsibility, a portal into prophetic legacy, a passage not just for you, but for those destined to walk behind you. Martin Luther King Jr. didn't rise for recognition, he rose for reconciliation. And before he ever stood at podiums, he knelt in prayer. His platform wasn't about personality, it was about purpose. That's the kind of weight that comes with true assignment. A woman named Isabel, an undocumented daughter of immigrants, used to clean corporate offices late at night. She prayed over every space she touched. One night, the CEO saw her praying. That interaction led to her being offered a scholarship to study urban development. 10 years later, she designed the city's housing reform. She didn't force her way in, she worshipped her way through. Have you seen how mountain eagles take flight? They don't flap wildly like smaller birds. They wait. They sense the thermal wind from the Earth's core and rise without effort, not by flapping but by surrendering to the lift. That's you now. The wind has come. The lift is divine. The only requirement is reverence. So why seek to be praised when you were always meant to be poured out? Why crave the mic when your mouth was made for intercession? Why idolize influence when your impact will be multiplied through your integrity? Could it be that your blessing is meant to become someone else's blueprint? Could it be that your rise is the roadmap someone else is watching? Could it be that the honor on your life is not for clout, but for calling? Walk through this gate with trembling hands, not prideful strides. Carry the oil like it costs something, because it does. Steward every open door like a temple, not a stage. Let your obedience speak louder than your opportunity. And when you rise, let your success whisper faithfulness, not fame. Let your voice carry truth, not ego. Let your increase point back to the source, not to your strategy. This blessing is not the finish line, it's the bridge, a crossing into generational impact, a doorway into legacy, a launch pad for the kingdom. So walk carefully, speak wisely, bow deeply, because when it happens, it must point back to the one who authored it all. To God alone be the glory. Chosen one, you've now walked with this message through every chapter, from the silence of preparation to the doors of prophetic fulfillment. You've seen how God orchestrates not just moments, but movements. The stranger isn't a coincidence, the blessing isn't a fluke, and your elevation isn't for applause, it's for assignment. Everything that is about to happen in your life has one origin: God's faithfulness. This is not about becoming famous. This is about becoming faithful on a scale that touches generations. You didn't brand your way into this shift. You didn't network your way into the next room. You obeyed. You yielded. You carried weight in private that few ever knew existed. And now, what was born in tears will be revealed in truth, not to magnify you, but to magnify Him. So when it happens, when the call comes, when the platform rises, when the room recognizes your name, drop to your knees before you rise to your feet, worship before you work, weep in gratitude before you walk in purpose. Let your posture speak louder than your position. Let your surrender outshine your success. And let your heart echo this vow: I will never take God's glory for man's applause. I will never trade purity for popularity. I will never forget who made the way when there was no way. Because the truth is this: you are not being seen because you promoted yourself. You are being revealed because God preserved you. The person being sent is just a vessel. The provision is just a sign. The breakthrough is just the beginning of something far deeper, a kingdom assignment that touches not just your life, but the lives connected to yours. So, walk humbly, speak boldly, and serve relentlessly. And if this word has stirred something inside you, if it's confirmed what you've been sensing in your spirit, don't let it stop here. Like this video, comment AMEN if you're claiming this word as your own. Share it with someone who needs to hear that heaven hasn't forgotten them. And if you haven't yet, subscribe to this channel. We're building a space where the chosen rise, not for attention, but for impact. Whether you've supported this channel through super thanks, or whether you simply arrived here with an open heart and an expectant spirit, I thank you deeply. Your presence here is not overlooked. God sees your hunger and He honors it. Now I speak this blessing over your life. May every hidden seed you sowed in faith begin to break the surface in this season. May the stranger sent by God find you swiftly and obey without hesitation. May your spirit remain low, even as your influence rises. May your name be mentioned only in rooms your character is ready to carry. And may your elevation always reflect one truth: that God alone is the source, the sustainer, and the sender of every good and perfect gift. Your life will not be explained by strategy. It will be explained by surrender, and to Him alone be all the glory. In Jesus' name, Amen. What if the soul walking beside you on four legs didn't choose you at all, but was sent? Chosen one, have you ever wondered why your dog stares into the empty hallway at midnight? Why he growls at someone who's never wronged you, but wags his tail at a stranger you later realize was a blessing in disguise? Why, in your darkest hours, he curls up next to your chest, right where your grief is hidden? What if I told you none of that was random? Before I go further, if you've ever felt your dog knew something you didn't, comment 777 right now. And to everyone who's poured love into this space, especially through super thanks, thank you. Your support helps keep these messages flowing to those who need them most. Because this isn't just a feel-good story, It's a spiritual unveiling, and you're about to see why this connection between a chosen soul like yours and the dog by your side goes far beyond affection or loyalty. They didn't just walk into your life, they were assigned. Why do so many chosen ones report the same eerie moments, the sensing of danger, the protection from people they hadn't yet discerned, the silent comfort in the middle of a spiritual battle? Could it be that dogs were created with a hidden frequency, a spiritual technology, a divine instinct to partner with those carrying heaven's light? You were never alone, and after this, you'll never see your dog the same way again. Let's open the scroll. God's chosen ones. Your dog wasn't random. The reason will leave you speechless. You've always known your dog was different, but what if that difference wasn't just personality, it was purpose? From the earliest civilizations, the bond between humans and dogs wasn't seen as mere companionship. It was sacred, it was designed. The ancient Egyptians revered dogs as spiritual navigators, believing that they guided the dead through the shadows of the afterlife. Anubis, the jackal-headed deity, was more than myth. He was the symbol of a divine escort, responsible for leading souls to their final destination. But what if that ancient belief holds more truth than legend? What if your dog wasn't just part of your life, but part of your mission? Across tribal cultures, warrior traditions, and spiritual rites, dogs weren't merely protectors. They were attuned to realms most eyes could never see. Among the Siberian shamans, dogs were believed to guard dream travelers, warding off spirits that tried to breach the soul during astral separation. But the most intense bond, it forms when dogs are sent to walk beside those carrying divine assignments, those marked, those chosen. People like you. Why is it that your dog looks at you as if they've known you before time began? Why does their presence feel like a balm when your spirit is overwhelmed by places or people that seem to suck the light from your being? There's a reason. Your frequency is not average. It never has been. Like a tuning fork vibrating at a higher resonance, your presence disorients environments that were built on fear, manipulation, or darkness. You're not just emotionally sensitive, you are spiritually radiant. This is why you've experienced atmospheres shifting the moment you enter a room. This is why you've walked into relationships and uncovered hidden truths without trying. And this is why your dog, assigned to you, not just adopted, responds to you with a level of loyalty and spiritual awareness that baffles logic. In 1 Samuel 16, when the prophet Samuel came to anoint David, he almost missed him, because David wasn't where people expected greatness to be. He was with the sheep, quiet, unseen, surrounded by animals. Yet God had already chosen him. David's dogs may have known it before Samuel did. Animals perceive what humans overlook, and that divine pattern hasn't stopped. Dogs are not just aware of your mood, they are protectors of your soul's perimeter. Ever notice how your dog stares at an empty space in the room, growls at a specific person who smiles to your face, or lays beside you when your spirit is breaking, even though your body remains composed? That isn't instinct, that's interdimensional discernment. Jane Goodall, the renowned primatologist and humanitarian, once said, "You cannot share your life with a dog or a cat without knowing they have personalities and minds and feelings. But for those who are chosen, it's even deeper." Dogs don't just understand feelings, they mirror spiritual truths. Your dog may sense the warfare you cannot name and stand guard through it. But what happens when someone's heart is hardened by power and ego? Consider Heinrich Himmler, one of the most feared architects of the Holocaust. He adored his dogs, fed them better than humans. But even the loyalty of animals could not redeem a man who weaponized ideology into genocide. His dogs didn't become sacred messengers. They were used as tools of fear. Because while dogs can carry protection, they cannot override your soul's alignment. And when a soul chooses evil, even the loyalty of animals can become twisted into darkness. That is the tragedy of misaligned dominion. Now contrast that with the story of Elena, a young architect recovering from trauma who moved into a quiet village to heal. She didn't plan to adopt, but a stray showed up at her door every morning, sitting in the same spot, looking straight into her eyes. After 3 weeks, she gave in and fed him. That night, she dreamed of her childhood dog, one that had passed away during the most painful moment of her youth. The next morning, the new dog was waiting again, resting in the exact place her childhood dog used to sit. She didn't just find comfort, she found restoration, and her healing began in ways no therapy had ever unlocked. In biology, certain species form what's called a symbiotic resonance, where two organisms live together and one amplifies the survival, frequency, or life potential of the other. Your relationship with your dog is not merely emotional, it's a form of divine symbiosis. Your dog doesn't just respond to your voice, it responds to your calling. Like the redwood tree, whose roots intertwine with neighboring trees underground to create unshakable forest ecosystems, your dog's connection to you runs deeper than visibility. There's a hidden network, a spiritual root system, and it's why even in your worst moments, your dog never walked away. When Jesus told the parable of the Good Shepherd in John 10, he said, "The Good Shepherd lays down his life for the sheep." And although he was referring to himself, we now see reflections of that selfless protection in animals sent to accompany the chosen. Dogs will stay beside you when others flee. They will alert you when your discernment is clouded, and they will mirror your own need for rest, warning you when your energy is under siege. So let me ask you this: how did your dog find you? Was it when everything was falling apart? Was it at a time you were forced to start over, or when you couldn't explain the ache in your spirit to anyone around you? And wasn't it strange how their timing was exact? How they showed up just when you could no longer carry it alone? Maybe you found them by accident, or maybe, just maybe, they were sent, assigned, aligned before you even prayed the prayer. Your story isn't finished, and neither is theirs. In the next section, we will uncover what dogs really perceive, what they're shielding you from in the unseen realm, and why your destiny required their presence from the very beginning. Don't scroll away. What you're about to learn may explain things about your life you never had words for, until now. Have you ever paused and asked yourself, why does your dog suddenly become restless when no one else in the room senses anything? Why does he plant himself firmly between you and someone whose smile doesn't match their spirit? Why does he bark into the silence, staring into an empty corner, his body tense as if he's shielding you from something unseen? This isn't just behavior, it's spiritual architecture. Your dog is not reacting to nothing. He's perceiving frequencies that bypass the average human nervous system. The science of biofield detection confirms that all living organisms emit measurable electromagnetic fields. But while human perception is limited by biological thresholds, your dog's neurological architecture is designed for deeper atmospheric resonance. They don't just hear higher frequencies, they discern energetic dissonance. And when you are a chosen one, your frequency isn't passive, it's radiant. You emit what physicists call coherent light energy, the kind of spiritual light that both draws people near and exposes what should remain hidden. That's why darkness is often disturbed by your presence, and it's why your dog reacts before you even realize something is wrong. He is your living sensor. He doesn't just witness danger, he stands between it and your soul. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1:5. This verse isn't just a poetic declaration, it's a biological reality for the chosen. Your light disrupts unseen realms, and your dog is heaven's witness to that disruption. This level of protection is not new. In the Old Testament, when Balaam attempted to curse Israel in Numbers 22, God intervened by opening the mouth of a donkey, a creature more spiritually sensitive than its human rider. That donkey saw what Balaam couldn't, the angel standing in his path. This wasn't just divine intervention, it was divine protection through a creature. And today, that pattern continues. Your dog may not speak, but his actions scream revelation. His shifts in behavior aren't mood swings, they're spiritual surveillance. Anthony William, often referred to as the medical medium, has spoken about how animals absorb and transmute emotional energy. Though not universally accepted in clinical psychology, the premise aligns with energy medicine studies, showing that close animal-human bonds create entrainment, a synchronization of frequencies where the stronger field influences the weaker. When you come home spiritually exhausted, your dog presses into you, not just to comfort, but to recalibrate your energy. That's entrainment in motion. The righteous care for the needs of their animals, but the kindest acts of the wicked are cruel. Proverbs 12:10. This proverb reveals something deeper, that the way we engage with animals mirrors the posture of our soul, and sometimes the animal is more righteous than the one it's assigned to. Now, compare that to someone like Charles Manson, a manipulative cult leader who used charm and charisma to conceal spiritual decay. It was said that animals often avoided him, growling or behaving erratically in his presence. Those who ignore spiritual cues from animals ignore prophetic warnings from creation itself. And what was the result of Manson's spiritual dissonance? Chaos, bloodshed, a legacy soaked in terror. Because where energy goes unchecked, destruction follows. But for those who walk in light, animals don't flee. They guard, they hover, they endure. Take the story of Nora, a grief counselor who suffered a silent breakdown after the sudden death of her sister. Her therapy dog, Zeus, began sleeping pressed against her chest every night, something he never did before. One night, he woke her up by licking her tears while she slept. That same night, she had a dream where her sister appeared, urging her to keep going. She later described Zeus as her silent priest, ministering to her through presence alone. Nature mirrors this spiritual protection. Elephants, known for their emotional intelligence, form protective circles around wounded members, placing themselves between predators and the injured. This instinct is not merely animal, it's divine patterning. Like those elephants, your dog isn't just an observer, he's a shield. Psychologically, what you're experiencing is a blend of limbic resonance and mirror neurons, biological mechanisms designed for deep connection. Spiritually, it's something more. It's a covenant, a silent agreement between your soul and the guardian heaven has assigned to walk beside you. Are not 5 sparrows sold for 2 pennies, yet not one of them is forgotten by God? Luke 12:6. If even the smallest bird is remembered by the Creator, how much more intentional is the bond between you and the dog that guards your spiritual field? So when your dog lies closer after a draining day, when he interrupts a conversation with someone who drains your joy, when he insists on being present as you weep alone, he isn't just being affectionate. He's pulling the toxins out of your atmosphere. He's rerouting spiritual interference. He's restoring your vibrational field, the internal architecture of your energy that keeps you aligned with divine purpose. And if you've noticed that your dog sometimes sleeps longer after you've gone through something heavy, that he acts drained after your emotional storms, it's not random, it's absorption. He's carried something for you that your spirit couldn't carry on its own. What if your dog has been protecting you from spirits of manipulation, despair, or anxiety? long before you had words for what you were sensing? What if he's been your personal intercessor, standing in the gap without ever asking for thanks? Why is it that he never runs when you're broken, but grows even more still, like a warrior preparing for battle? Why does he seem to detect tension before you speak, acting like a radar locked onto a storm you haven't yet seen? And why, above all else, does it feel like your soul breathes again the moment his head rests on your lap? This is more than pet ownership. This is spiritual orchestration. The deeper truth is this: you were never alone. Heaven did not leave you vulnerable. You were assigned a guardian, one with pause, with perception, and with a quiet vow stitched into his spirit, to keep you aligned, grounded, and guarded. The next time you see your dog staring into the dark with calm ferocity, don't panic. He sees what you were never meant to fight alone. And the most beautiful part, he chose to stay anyway. Have you ever walked into a room that looked perfectly fine on the surface, yet something about it made your skin tighten and your breath shorten, or felt the sensation of being observed, only to look around and see nothing, no one, but still sense that something was present? You're not crazy. You're not imagining things. You're spiritually awake. And so is your dog. While others may dismiss that invisible weight as paranoia, your dog doesn't. He tenses before the chill runs down your spine. He refuses to enter rooms others walk through freely. He growls without cause, avoids certain people, and sleeps with one eye open when your spirit is disturbed. That's because your dog is not just living in the physical realm. He's attuned to dimensions that science can barely measure. Dogs perceive what psychology calls sub-threshold cues, tiny shifts in energy, scent, and electromagnetic waves that are far beneath the range of human perception. But for the chosen ones, it goes even deeper. Because your spiritual field is more expansive, more radiant, and more frequently under attack, your dog's sensitivity becomes a sacred defense mechanism. For he will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways. Psalm 91:11. What if one of those guardians wears fur and walks on 4 legs? Many spiritual traditions speak of dogs as threshold guardians, beings who bridge the physical and metaphysical. In ancient Celtic lore, the Crwn Anwen were spectral hounds that guarded the boundaries between the worlds. In Native American belief systems, dogs were often seen as soul companions, walking with their human through this life and the next. These ideas weren't random myths. They were echoes of a truth the modern world has nearly forgotten. When your dog behaves strangely, staring at what you can't see, avoiding certain spots in your home, or pressing close to your body during emotional upheaval, it's not random. It's reconnaissance. It's interdimensional discernment. You've likely seen this happen. Your dog pauses at a hallway and refuses to cross. He circles your body when you're near a person whose intentions you haven't discerned yet. He whines when you sleep in a place that holds trauma you never voiced. That's not superstition. That's energetic mapping. Your dog is reading the imprint of the past on the current space and responding with instinct that transcends training. But the natural man does not receive the things of the Spirit of God because they are spiritually discerned. 1 Corinthians 2:14. Your dog isn't hindered by doubt, logic, or ego. That's why he sees first. That's why he moves before you understand what you're walking into. Even after death, the bond doesn't end. Have you ever smelled your dog's scent long after he passed? Heard the familiar click of nails on hardwood? Felt the weight of him jumping on the bed, only to find nothing there? The laws of quantum entanglement suggest that particles once connected continue to influence one another, regardless of distance or time. Could it be that souls do too? Elizabeth, a trauma survivor and painter, once lost her dog Milo to cancer. Weeks later, during a panic attack, she felt a pressure on her chest, as if Milo had laid across her the way he used to during her worst nights. When she opened her eyes, no one was there. But the panic was gone, and her heartbeat had stabilized. In that moment, she didn't just remember Milo, she felt covered. Contrast that with Aleister Crowley, the infamous occultist whose practices manipulated spiritual energies for self-glorification. Known for evoking spirits and experimenting with animal sacrifice, Crowley often spoke of a hound that followed him in dreams, one that snarled at him from the shadows. He believed it was an entity sent to torment him, but perhaps it was not torment. Perhaps it was warning, because even the most twisted souls are not exempt from divine confrontation. And when you reject the light, the guardians no longer comfort, they reveal. Now think of Javier, a hospice nurse who adopted a rescue dog named Orion. Javier never believed in reincarnation, but the first time Orion walked into his home, the dog curled up in the exact spot his childhood pet used to lie, under the piano, beneath the same beam of sunlight. He responded to the same nickname, followed the same commands, and even nudged the same cabinet door open when he wanted treats. Javier broke down one evening and whispered, Is it really you? And the dog gently rested his head on Javier's heart. He didn't need to answer. His presence was enough. Your dog may be more than a new friend. He may be a returning soul, a companion from a past season, reborn to continue the assignment of shielding your light. In ecosystems, some animals, like the monarch butterfly, migrate thousands of miles based on geomagnetic sensitivity passed down through generations. These invisible maps guide them to places they've never seen but somehow remember. What if your dog is following a similar map, not in nature, but in spirit? Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. Jeremiah 1:5. If God knew you before your body ever existed, what makes you think He didn't also assign guardians, visible and invisible, to accompany you across timelines? This isn't fantasy. This is spiritual architecture. And it's why when you meet a new dog who already knows your rhythms, who rests beside you like he's known your sadness before you ever told it, who stares into your eyes as if remembering 1,000 untold stories, it may not be the beginning. It may be the continuation. So now pause and reflect. Has your dog ever growled at nothing, but something deep inside you knew it wasn't nothing? Has he ever circled you like a sentinel, alert and unmoving, as if daring an invisible force to try again? Have you ever seen a familiar sparkle in the eyes of a new companion, one that made your spirit ache with recognition? Maybe your dog isn't just a dog. Maybe he's proof that God never left you undefended. And maybe, just maybe, he's walked this journey with you before. In the next section, you'll discover how this guardian doesn't just protect you, he heals you. And the way he restores balance to your soul may explain why you've been able to carry so much for so long. Stay with me, because your revelation is only beginning. Now that your eyes have begun to open to the truth, your dog was never just a pet. You're finally ready to understand what's been hidden in plain sight. He doesn't merely respond to your affection or protect your home from physical danger. He has been safeguarding your frequency, anchoring your vibration, and silently shielding you from spiritual interference. But this next revelation will shake the foundations of everything you thought you knew about love, loyalty, and time itself. What if I told you your dog may not be with you for the first time? What if this bond you feel isn't a one-time gift but a continuation, something ancient, sacred, and divinely recurring? There are those who mourn the loss of a dog, and yet, no matter how many years pass, feel as if their presence never truly left. They report dreams so vivid, it's as though the dog walked right back into their lives. Others hear familiar footsteps on tile floors, catch a scent that vanishes before it can be traced, or feel a sudden warmth in an empty room. just at the moment when grief threatens to swallow them. He has made everything beautiful in its time. Also, he has put eternity into man's heart. Ecclesiastes 3:11. What you feel isn't just memory, it is eternity echoing through a bond that never broke. You're not alone in this. All across the world, chosen ones share stories of a dog they lost being replaced by another who behaves exactly the same, curling up in the same spot, responding to a name they've never been taught, resting their head on your heart at the exact moment your breath begins to falter. And that familiar gaze, how could it be coincidence? In metaphysics, there's a theory known as soul imprint recurrence, the idea that a soul tied to a mission can return again and again, drawn by energetic resonance. Your dog's soul, it seems, isn't just loyal, it's assigned. And when that assignment isn't finished, he comes back. Not randomly, not generally, specifically to you. There's a woman named Grace, a classical violinist from Florence, who lost her beloved German shepherd, Luca, to cancer. She said goodbye in a hospital room flooded with music and prayer. 3 years later, while on tour in Vienna, a friend begged her to visit a rescue shelter. She resisted, but the moment she stepped into the room, a young shepherd mix stood up from his kennel, walked to her, and placed his paw on her heart. When she whispered, "Luca," the dog wagged his tail and sat exactly the way Luca always did. He even recognized the buck piece she used to play at night. Grace didn't need science to explain it. Her soul already knew. Now contrast that with the infamous case of Joseph Mengele, the Nazi doctor of Auschwitz, a man who saw humans as data and death as a formula. He owned dogs too, but not to love, to train for attack, to condition for cruelty. One survivor recalled the dogs reacting violently, not from nature, but from how they were twisted by darkness. That's the difference. When the soul is aligned with love, animals become extensions of heaven. But when the soul is aligned with evil, even creatures of light recoil or become corrupted. Mengele's legacy ended in terror and hiding. The bond he had with animals, a mockery of the sacred design. But yours is different. Your bond is written in frequencies, in memory, in divine assignment. And if you've ever felt like your new dog wasn't new at all, if they've ever looked at you with the same knowing, with the same unspoken language, it may not be your imagination. It may be spiritual continuity. My sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me. John 10:27. If sheep recognize the voice of the shepherd, could not a guardian soul recognize the essence of the one it was assigned to? You are not imagining that familiarity. You're not making up the sensation of reunion. What you're feeling may be what spiritual architecture calls dimensional echo, a soul returning through time, space, and form to complete what was begun. Even in nature, we see this design in the migration patterns of sea turtles. After decades at sea, they return to the exact beach where they were born. Scientists believe they navigate using the Earth's geomagnetic imprint, a signature map buried in their body, guiding them home. What if your dog is navigating something even deeper? Not magnetic fields, but soul recognition. And that brings us to Marcel, a young boy adopted from foster care, non-verbal due to trauma. His therapists tried everything, but it wasn't until a retriever named Theo entered his life that something shifted. Theo would sit silently beside him, mirror his breathing, and rest his head on Marcel's knee. One night, Marcel whispered his first word in years, "Home." His parents wept because Theo had never been a therapy dog. He had simply been Marcel's, long before either of them knew it. Even the very hairs of your head are all numbered. Luke 12:7. If God tracks every strand of hair, Do you not believe he also tracks every soul that was sent to love you across timelines? This isn't superstition, it's sacred continuity. So now the question becomes, has your guardian returned? Have you been loved so deeply by heaven that even death couldn't interrupt the mission assigned to you both? Have you felt the same soul in a new body, watching you with ancient eyes? Have you witnessed your new dog curl into the same blanket, rest in the same spot, or respond to pain you haven't even spoken aloud? What if this isn't the first time you've been protected by him? What if it's simply the next chapter? You weren't meant to go through life unguarded, and love like this, assigned, returned, reborn, is the evidence that your path is not random. It's written. In the next section, we'll explore how dogs help restore your energy, regulate your nervous system, and heal the invisible wounds your spirit never had language for. The power you're about to unlock may explain not only how you've survived, but why you've always been loved beyond this lifetime. Don't look away. You're just beginning to remember what your soul never forgot. If you've ever felt like you were different, like the world never quite knew how to hold you, then you already carry the weight and wonder of being one of the chosen. You weren't born to fit in. You were born to realign the broken frequencies of this world with divine harmony. But let's be honest, that kind of calling doesn't come without cost. The spiritual path of the chosen is not a peaceful meadow. It's a battlefield of identity, perception, and soul endurance. You've known seasons where no one could understand you, where even words felt useless. You've walked through invisible storms, emotional deserts, and nights where silence screamed louder than thunder. And yet, something or someone has always walked beside you. What if that someone wasn't human? What if your dog was never just a pet, but a spiritual emissary, assigned not merely for comfort, but for purpose? Look back. Trace the moment he entered your life. Was it after a heartbreak, a death, a breakdown, a betrayal? Did he arrive when your world was falling apart, when you weren't sure who you were anymore? And hasn't he somehow known, without being told, how to be exactly what you needed? The Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves the crushed in spirit. Psalm 34:18. Sometimes he doesn't show up in thunder. Sometimes he comes on 4 legs and rests his head on your knee. You see, chosen ones don't walk alone. Heaven sends assistance wrapped in forms that defy logic. Your dog doesn't just feel your sadness, he reads your vibrational field. He senses your cortisol spikes before you do. He aligns with your electromagnetic aura, recalibrating your nervous system in moments when human touch fails. Neuroscience calls this limbic co-regulation, when one being's nervous system stabilizes another. It's how mothers soothe infants, but when it happens across species, it points to something beyond biology. It points to soul memory. How else can you explain the moments your dog comforted you before you cried, protected you from people who seemed friendly but carried strange motives, woke you in the night without a reason, only for you to later realize something was spiritually wrong in the room? The Spirit himself intercedes for us with groanings too deep for words. Romans 8:26. And sometimes that Spirit groans through a creature who cannot speak, but understands more than most humans ever will. Countless people report feeling their dogs long after they've passed. Footsteps, weight shifts on the bed, sudden gusts of warmth during moments of despair. Some call it memory, but you know better. You know presence when you feel it. When a dog bonds with a chosen one, the connection transcends death. Why? Because the mission didn't end. It merely changed dimension. In Tibetan spirituality, there is a belief in soul contracts, pre-birth agreements made between spirits. Some say dogs are ancient souls who willingly bind themselves to yours across lifetimes, returning not by instinct, but by divine design. That's why when a new dog enters your life and somehow knows your patterns, your grief, your rituals, it doesn't feel new. It feels like reunion. That was the case for Malik, a retired paramedic battling PTSD. He lost his dog Kai after 13 years of silent companionship. Months later, a stray was brought into his life by a neighbor. Same eyes, same sleeping position, same habit of sitting by the door 5 minutes before a panic attack. Malik swears he didn't choose this new dog. He just came, he says, like he never left. But not all souls choose the light. In the case of infamous serial killer Dennis Rader, known as BTK, his dog remained strangely disconnected from him. Observers noted that the animal would retreat from Rader's presence, tail low, eyes wary. It's said that animals recoil from spiritual corruption, sensing what even trained professionals cannot. Rader may have fooled people, but he couldn't fool his dog. That's the difference. When your soul walks in assignment aligned with heaven, even creation recognizes your vibration. And perhaps you've felt it too. Perhaps you've experienced that sacred stillness when your dog locks eyes with you, and in that gaze, 1,000 unspoken understandings pass between you. Deep calls to deep in the roar of your waterfalls. All your waves and breakers have swept over me. Psalm 42:7. That's what soul recognition feels like. It doesn't knock, it floods. There's a term in quantum theory called non-local connection. The idea that two entangled entities remain linked regardless of distance, time, or even form. What if your dog is part of that entanglement? What if each new encounter is actually a continuation, like bookmarks across lifetimes? Camille, a trauma therapist, lost her childhood dog, Snowy, in an accident when she was 12. At 39, she adopted a white pup she named Nova. But Nova already knew the game Snowy used to play. He recognized her father's old whistle. He guarded her bed in the same spot. And when Camille had a breakdown on the anniversary of Snowy's death, Nova sat exactly where Snowy had died and whimpered. Camille didn't believe in reincarnation until that night. In the animal kingdom, we see echoes of eternal return. Salmon return to the exact stream where they were born. Birds navigate using geomagnetic memory imprinted in their biology. Could it be that your dog's spirit carries an even deeper imprint, a spiritual magnetic signature, drawing him back to you again and again? Was your dog's arrival really just chance, or did heaven send him to your door when you were too broken to call for help? Has he guarded you from things no one else could sense? Have you seen echoes of a lost friend reborn in a new companion's body? And if this is true, what other soul has loved you so fiercely that even death couldn't interrupt their mission? This isn't just companionship, this is covenant. The next section will finally reveal the sacred assignment your dog carries in your life and why your spiritual growth could never unfold without his presence. Stay with me. You're about to see him, not as a pet, but as a portal to the part of you that has always been known, always been guarded, and always been loved. The dogs assigned to the lives of the chosen ones don't just stumble into place like random characters in a passing story. From the first glance, before your hands ever touched, before your voices ever exchanged, their souls already knew. The mission had been set, the covenant sealed. You may have believed it was coincidence. You may have chalked it up to timing, opportunity, or happenstance. But deep down, something about the moment they entered your life felt otherworldly. And over time, that suspicion transformed into certainty. This bond, it is not random, it is reverent. Your dog doesn't just sense your moods, he synchronizes with your emotional frequency. When your joy rises, he mirrors it with presence and play. When your peace fills the atmosphere, he stretches out, relaxed and trusting. But when something's off, when your heart trembles beneath a composed exterior, or your thoughts whirl in silent chaos, he comes closer, without invitation, without hesitation, because that's his calling, to keep you spiritually aligned. Carry each other's burdens, and in this way you will fulfill the law of Christ. Galatians 6:2. Though unspoken, your dog lives this command daily. He carries what you can't articulate. The chosen ones often walk as emotional conduits, absorbing the pain, pressure, and weight of those around them. You sense things before others do. You feel the unspoken wounds in rooms where no one says a word. You bear burdens that aren't yours, but somehow settle on your spirit like fog. And that spiritual weight, it doesn't just sit in your soul, it leaks into your energetic field. That's when your dog steps in, not just emotionally, but energetically. Psychology calls it somatic co-regulation, a subconscious process where the body of one being helps stabilize the body of another. In spiritual language, it's intercession. Your dog becomes your living buffer, absorbing static from your field so your soul can breathe again. And you've felt it. That moment after a hard day when you sat beside him and without saying a word, your chest began to unclench. That invisible exhale that came just from resting your hand on his fur. That strange, sacred sense that he was taking something out of you, something dark, heavy, or toxic, and replacing it with calm. That's not affection alone. That's energetic transmutation. But this sacred exchange has a cost. Over time, many dogs who walk with the chosen begin to show signs that the weight is building inside them. They slow down, they sleep more, they lose interest in play. Some even begin to manifest strange symptoms: exhaustion, weakness, subtle illnesses that no vet can quite explain. Because spiritual filters were never meant to carry everything, they were meant to protect in seasons, not to carry endlessly without restoration. A righteous man cares for the needs of his animal. Proverbs 12:10. Even heaven expects you to honor those who protect you, especially when their strength begins to wear thin. There's a story of Elias, a young missionary who traveled extensively, burdened with the trauma of others. His rescue dog, Cedar, followed him everywhere, refusing to be left behind. Cedar would stand between him and strangers. He'd growl subtly when Elias approached people who were spiritually fragmented. He absorbed the pain of children Elias prayed over. But 2 years into the journey, Cedar fell ill. No diagnosis, no warning. Elias finally realized that while he was healing others, he had neglected to heal his guardian. His next mission became clear: rest, recover, and restore the one who had never stopped fighting for him. Contrast that with the example of Michael Vick, the former NFL quarterback whose criminal dog-fighting ring shocked the world. The dogs under his control weren't protected, they were sacrificed. Their energy wasn't received, it was exploited. Vick's fall from grace wasn't just legal, it was spiritual. When the sacred covenant between man and animal is violated, judgment doesn't just touch reputation, it shakes legacy. But you are not him, you are not careless, you are chosen. And as one who is aligned with purpose, you must recognize that your guardian also needs to be guarded. A walk through the woods, a quiet moment under the stars, a hand resting in gratitude. These are not small things. They are sacred offerings. Your dog doesn't ask for much, but he does need time to release the energy he's absorbed on your behalf. Biophilia, the scientifically studied effect of nature on healing, doesn't just work on humans, it calms dogs too. Trees don't judge, rivers don't ask questions. The earth itself rebalances those who serve without words. Come to me, all who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest. Matthew 11:28. That promise isn't just for you. It's for the one who's been carrying your unseen warfare while you sleep. Have you thanked him? Not just with words or treats, but with intention. Have you taken time to let him be a soul again, not just a filter? Have you noticed that when he's with you in nature, something in both of you resets? Don't ignore the signals. Don't wait for exhaustion to become irreversible. You are walking with a being whose assignment is sacred. And though he doesn't speak your language, he understands your soul. So today, before you move on, look at him. Really look. Let your eyes say what your voice never had to, because when a dog chooses a chosen one, he takes on a role angels once filled. Not just companion, not just protector, but intercessor. And if your spirit is stirring now, it's because you already know he's not just saving you, he's also trusting that you'll learn to save him. And yet, protection is only the beginning. If you slow down and truly watch, if you tune into the silent rhythm that pulses through your dog's presence, you'll begin to see it. The dogs assigned to the chosen ones are not merely guardians. They are silent teachers, hidden guides, living parables. They teach not through sermons, but through essence. They don't use words, but their presence speaks with clarity that transcends language. While humans dwell in mental loops, projecting fears into the future or replaying wounds from the past, your dog remains anchored in the now, fully aware, fully surrendered. They don't get entangled in the overthinking spiral. They don't rehearse vengeance. They don't nurse bitterness. They feel, they process, and then they release. Therefore, do not worry about tomorrow, for tomorrow will worry about itself. Each day has enough trouble of its own. Matthew 6:34. Dogs live this scripture instinctively. They are not bound by future anxieties or past betrayals. They embody what most humans spend lifetimes trying to attain: presence without pressure, awareness without burden. This is one of the most sacred spiritual disciplines, and your dog has been modeling it before you even knew what to call it. He's been whispering in the language of stillness. Let go. Come back to now. You're safe. But this wisdom doesn't arrive at random. These souls in canine form don't just wander into your story. They are sent. Have you ever stopped to question the moment your dog entered your life? Was it during a season of loss, a chapter of internal chaos, or a crossroads where your direction vanished beneath confusion? Did he appear through what seemed like pure coincidence, an unexpected gift, a stray waiting by your car, or a moment where something inside said, "This is the one"? Now, with hindsight, can you see how everything shifted after that moment? Many chosen ones have discovered this strange pattern. They didn't pick the dog picked them. And the more they reflect, the more they realize it wasn't random, it was sacred, it was timed, it was necessary. There's a theological blueprint in the story of Elijah. When the prophet collapsed in the wilderness, burnt out and begging to die, God did not send a sermon. He sent an angel with food, water, and rest, 1 Kings 19. Sometimes, heaven responds not with instruction, but with presence, not with a miracle of fire, but with the companionship of something breathing, watching, guarding, without expectation. And sometimes that angel takes the form of a dog. To dismiss this possibility is to underestimate the mystery of how God meets us. Even outside of Scripture, we see this pattern. Frida Kahlo, the legendary Mexican painter, often spoke of her Xoloitzcuintli dogs, ancient Mexican canines associated with guiding souls through death. She claimed they brought her peace during times of physical agony and spiritual exile. For someone who lived with chronic pain and betrayal, her animals weren't accessories. They were sacred reminders that she wasn't invisible to the universe. But not all encounters with animals lead to healing. Thomas Andrews, a wealthy dog-fighting ringleader in the American South, amassed fortunes using canines for violence. His empire collapsed after multiple raids, exposed the horror behind the glamour. What he used as weapons, heaven never intended for war. The result? Imprisonment, isolation, and a spiritual death that money could never bail him out of. The contrast is stark. Some recognize the divine nature of the creature beside them and are elevated. Others exploit what is sacred and are brought low. Now, let's return to you, because there's something even more profound about this bond that many overlook: reincarnation. Have you ever had a dog whose gaze felt ancient, one who acted like they knew your soul before you spoke. And then, after their passing, did another arrive, unplanned, only to mimic the same quirks, same habits, same rhythms of affection. Some call it coincidence, but many chosen ones have shared the same revelation. The spirit that once protected them returned. It wasn't just a new dog, it was a returning guide, an assignment resuming. To everything there is a season, a time to be born and a time to die, a time to keep and a time to cast away. Ecclesiastes 3:1-6. But what if there's also a time to return? This continuity is more than poetic. Quantum entanglement, the idea that particles connected in one moment remain linked across distance and time, offers a mirror to this spiritual reality. Your bond with your dog may transcend the boundaries of biology. It may stretch across lifetimes, realms, and energetic timelines you haven't yet understood. Maya, a retired biologist in Scotland, shared how, after her golden retriever, Leo, died, she refused to adopt again. But 2 years later, a pup named Theo was dropped at her door by a friend who couldn't keep him. Theo had never been trained. Yet, within a week, he followed every old command Leo knew. He found Leo's favorite spot in the house without being shown. And one day, she saw him sit at Leo's old grave, staring silently at the stone for over 10 minutes. That's not training. That's memory. And what does nature say? Monarch butterflies migrate across thousands of miles, yet the ones who arrive aren't the ones who began the journey. Each generation continues the route passed down through memory, embedded in their DNA. They inherit a destination they've never seen, but somehow recognize. So does your dog. The destination is you. This is not a pet. This is a teacher, a protector, a companion who remembers what your soul forgets in the chaos of daily survival. My sheep listen to my voice. I know them, and they follow me. John 10:27. Your dog has followed your soul across dimensions, across timelines, across storms. You didn't just rescue him, he rescued you too. So now that your eyes are open, what will you do? You can no longer call him just a pet. You must care for him as you would a sacred altar. You must notice the signs, the shifts, the silent lessons. You must honor the being that has honored you. This connection wasn't built in a day. It won't die in one either. Tell me, have you ever had a dog that felt like more than a dog? One that seemed like they had a mission just for you? Was it protection, healing, teaching, or was it all three, wrapped in fur and fidelity? Share your story in the comments, because in the next chapter, we're going to uncover a truth that many suspect but few dare to believe. The telepathic connection between the chosen and their guardians, and how to awaken it. Have you ever wondered how your dog knows what you're feeling before you ever speak? How he inches closer in your moments of sadness without needing permission, without needing words? How he locks eyes with you at the exact second your strength is slipping, as if he knew that your soul was crying even when your face was smiling. That's not just instinct, that's resonance. That's sacred frequency recognition. You, a chosen one, don't just live in a body. You emit waves, emotional, spiritual, and vibrational signals that ripple through the atmosphere like quiet thunder. And your dog is tuned into you like a radio receiver that's been calibrated to your internal station. You don't need to speak out loud, he already knows. His intuition isn't reaction, it's alignment. Before they call, I will answer. While they are still speaking, I will hear. Isaiah 65:24. This is how heaven responds to its beloved. And your dog is one of those responses, sent, stationed, and sensitive to your heart's movement before your mouth moves. While humans often miss cues, too distracted by tone, expression, or politeness, your dog bypasses the facade. He doesn't decode your words. He reads your essence. This silent communication isn't learned, it's embedded. It's telepathic in the purest spiritual sense. Energy to energy, spirit to spirit. There are countless stories from chosen ones of arriving home to find their dog already waiting at the door, ears perked, tail anticipating. Despite no sound, no schedule, no signal. Some even report their dog reacting 5 to 10 minutes before they turned the key. How? How does he know? Because the bond was never confined by walls or time zones. It was always dimensional, energetic, interwoven. Deep calls to deep in the roar of your waterfalls. All your waves and breakers have swept over me. Psalm 42:7. This verse captures what science cannot. Some connections are oceanic in nature, beyond logic, deeper than sound. Your dog is not hearing your footsteps. He's answering your essence. And when you're far away, at work, in a hospital, walking through spiritual fire, you may have felt a sudden warmth, a quiet calm, a strange comfort that settled like a whisper in the atmosphere, only to return and discover your dog was pacing, whining, or guarding your space at that exact moment. In quantum physics, the concept of non-locality suggests that particles once connected can influence each other instantaneously across any distance. Isn't it possible then that your bond with your dog operates on this same quantum plane? That when your heart shifts, his spirit responds, no matter where you are? Mothers feel this with children. Identical twins report it frequently. And the chosen. You feel it through the heartbeat of your canine protector. Dogs also discern what humans ignore. Have you noticed how your dog behaves differently with certain people before a single word is exchanged? Some he welcomes joyfully. Others he avoids or growls at, even if they seem pleasant. You might question it, dismiss it, but later, sometimes months or years, you discover that person wasn't who they appeared to be. Dogs don't read politeness, they read presence. By their fruit you will recognize them. Matthew 7:16. Whereas people look at credentials, dogs look at spiritual residue, and they respond accordingly. Clara, a trauma therapist from Italy, once told the story of a man she was dating. On the surface, he was kind, attentive, perfect. But every time he entered her apartment, her rescue dog Max would bark, growl, and eventually hide. She brushed it off until the man's real nature came out, a history of abuse, manipulation, and multiple restraining orders. Max saw what her heart was too hopeful to discern. He was not just protecting her body, he was warning her spirit. And not all stories are cautionary. Some are immortal. After their dogs have passed, many chosen ones report feeling them still. A familiar paw step on the floorboards, a pressure on the bed, a flicker of movement in the corner of their eye when no one else is there. They dream of them. Vivid, electric, undeniable. These aren't just memories, they are encounters. Because your dog was never just fur and bone, he was energy. He was a spiritual constant, and energy, especially energy forged in purpose, cannot be erased. For I am convinced that neither death nor life, nor anything else in all creation will be able to separate us. Romans 8:38-39. If death can't sever your bond with Christ, why would it sever the one with the being he assigned to you? There are spiritual traditions from the Dogon tribe in Mali to ancient Celtic shamans that believed dogs were dimensional messengers, bridges between this world and the unseen, and many chosen ones today say the same. During moments of spiritual awakening, divine visitations, or dark nights of the soul, their dogs become still, watchful, reverent, as if perceiving angels, as if guarding the border between realities. Even in deep meditation or prayer, your dog may align with you, matching breath, posture, silence. Not because he's trained, because he's tuned. Take the story of Malik, a veteran suffering from PTSD who began practicing guided meditation to heal. He noticed that every time he entered into deep stillness, his Labrador Nova would lie parallel to him, facing the same direction, breathing in sync. One night, he saw a vision of himself as a child, wounded and hiding, and Nova was there in the vision. Later, he found childhood photos of a dog he barely remembered. It was identical to Nova. These are not fairy tales. They are spiritual timelines folding inward. Villains, too, have encountered this, but rejected it. Eric Zahn, a wealthy industrialist in the 20th century, was known for euthanizing any animal that showed emotional neediness. He believed in machines, not emotions. His empire collapsed within 5 years, and strangely, no dog ever survived under his care for more than 6 months. Some say it was sickness, others said the energy was unbearable. His legacy died in silence. You, however, carry a different legacy, one of sacred companionship, one of openness to what most ignore, one where you don't dominate the creature beside you, you listen to him. And if this bond already lives within you, what would happen if you developed it on purpose? Many chosen ones are beginning to meditate with their dogs, not as a ritual, but as a return. They find that when they close their eyes, their dog grows calm, that they begin to predict each other's movements, finish each other's intentions. Some say they receive insight, warning, or peace through this telepathic link. This is not imagination. This is intentional alignment. The more you notice the signs, the way he places himself between you and danger, the way he responds to spiritual shifts, the way he appears in your dreams, the stronger the bond becomes. He's been trying to communicate with you in spirit for years, and now that you've learned to listen, everything will change. Have you ever felt that your dog knew your thoughts before your mouth could form the words? Have there been moments when you questioned the limits of language because what passed between you and your dog didn't require sound, only presence, only spirit? You're not imagining it, you're remembering it, because this connection didn't start when you met. It started long before that. This is your moment to share what you've experienced, your truth, your awakening. If your dog has ever looked into your eyes and reached something you didn't know still needed healing, write about it in the comments. Because as we step into the final chapter of this journey, we're going to confront something sacred, the purpose of dogs in the lives of God's chosen ones, and what truly happens when their mission is complete. Have you ever paused long enough to ask, why was this dog sent to me? And why then? Now that your spirit has grasped the depth of this bond, you can no longer look at your dog as you once did. He was never just a pet. He was a soul on assignment. From the instant he entered your life, something eternal clicked into place. You didn't simply adopt him, you reconnected with memory, with mission, with protection, and that invisible thread that tethered your lives together. It wasn't made of flesh or even feeling. It was forged in a place beyond time, beyond geography, beyond existence. If you are among the chosen, your journey has never been ordinary. Since childhood, you've sensed that your eyes saw layers others ignored. You felt things louder, loved deeper, grieved longer. The frequencies of this world never quite fit your rhythm. You lived with an intensity that often isolated you, and yet there was one being who never made you feel like too much. He didn't just guard you, he understood you. He taught you presence when your mind tried to escape into fear. He grounded your emotions when the world felt unbearable, and above all else, he helped you remember the part of you that even trauma couldn't erase. I will give you a new heart and put a new spirit in you. Ezekiel 36:26. That renewal has often come through unexpected vessels, and your dog may have been the most anointed one of them all. But why do some people live their entire lives never recognizing the miracle lying at their feet? Because awareness is a choice. Revelation is a posture. There are those who ignore the divine orchestration of their life, who walk past soulmates in disguise and call them accidents, who bury angels in flesh and call them replaceable, who lose a dog and move on quickly, never questioning why the air in the room still feels inhabited by love. But you see it, you feel it, you know, and that awareness transforms everything. Eshon, a blind poet from Kyrgyzstan who had a dog named Farah. She was not trained to guide him, but somehow she always led him through crowds, over unfamiliar terrain, and even across city traffic. When Eshon recited his poems in public squares, Farah would rest quietly beside him until the moment a stranger with ill intent approached. Then she would rise, eyes locked, body firm, as if holding back invisible winds. After her passing, Eshon wrote, "She did not have eyes, she had discernment." Contrast that with the infamous case of Gregor Vance, a narcissistic hedge fund manager who used his Dobermans for intimidation. He saw them as symbols of power, not partnership. When financial collapse came and his empire fell, it was reported that his dogs had to be sedated, distressed not by the loss of wealth, but the constant rage, fear, and aggression they had absorbed. Gregor's misuse of the sacred left everything around him fragmented. You cannot fool energy. You cannot manipulate spirit. What your dog gave you was never demanded. It was given freely, continuously, sacrificially. Have you considered how many emotional toxins your dog has absorbed just to keep you centered? Have you ever wept and felt their body pressed against yours like a weighted blanket sent from heaven? Have you ever been on the verge of a breakdown, only to find your dog looking at you with a gaze so ancient, so clear, it stopped the flood within you? This is not random. This is spiritual symmetry. The Spirit Himself intercedes for us with groanings too deep for words. Romans 8:26. And sometimes that intercession sounds like paws on the floor in the middle of the night, like soft breath against your skin when you're unraveling, like presence that never demands, only offers. And when that mission comes to an end, when the day arrives that your dog takes his final breath, know this: the bond does not die, because what was forged in eternity cannot be buried in time. Have you ever noticed how grief over a dog feels unlike any other loss? It's not because of sentimentality. It's because a piece of your assignment has shifted, and the one who walked you through the fire, carried you through the storm, and reminded you who you were, has completed his task. But he doesn't leave. Not really. He visits in dreams, in warmth, in patterns, in synchronicities you can't explain, sometimes in a new body, with a new name but the same eyes. In nature, migratory birds return to places they've never seen, but their ancestors have. They are guided not by maps, but by geomagnetic memory, a kind of inner compass passed through generations. So too are these animals who find their way back to you, drawn not by scent, but by assignment. You were never just an owner. You were part of a covenant. Have you ever stopped to consider that your dog wasn't sent just to help you, but to awaken you? That his devotion wasn't simply loyalty, but prophecy? That his final breath wasn't an ending, but a handoff of spiritual mantle? And when he comes again, will you recognize him? Share your experience in the comments. Let it be your remembrance. Let it be your agreement with heaven. Because in this final revelation, your eyes have opened. You didn't just love a dog. You loved an angel disguised in fur. And that angel still walks with you. So now that you've reached the end of this revelation, breathe it in. Because what you just heard wasn't just information. It was a divine reminder. Your dog was never just a pet. He was a sacred appointment, a heavenly assignment wrapped in fur, sent not only to comfort you, but to mirror the loyalty, love, and spiritual guardianship of the one who made both of you. Every time he nudged you when you were broken, every time he waited by the door like a soldier on duty, every time he simply sat beside you in silence, it was heaven's way of saying, you are not alone. If this message stirred something in your soul, don't let it stop here. Honor the bond. Spend more intentional moments with him. Look into his eyes like you're looking through a portal. Watch for signs that go beyond the physical. And if you've lost him, understand this. The bond has not died. The thread remains, woven in eternity, immune to time, distance, or even death. There are those who dream of their dogs after they're gone, who feel them brush by in the quiet, who hear the tags jingle in a room that should be still. These aren't accidents. They're echoes of an unbreakable connection. And sometimes, yes, they come back. Not always in the form you expect, but in a way your soul will recognize. A familiar gaze, a gesture only you would understand, a moment that feels like home. Because when God sends a guardian like that, he doesn't send them only once. Now, I want to hear from you. Has your dog ever done something that felt supernatural or deeply spiritual? Has he ever comforted you in a way that words never could? Drop your story in the comments. I read every one. If this spoke to your heart, bless someone else by sharing this message. Click like so others know this matters. Subscribe to the channel so you don't miss the next divine revelation. And if you've ever supported this mission through a super thanks, or even just by watching and listening, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. You are helping keep this message of purpose and faith alive. Until next time, I leave you with this blessing. May your home be filled with peace, your spirit with clarity, and your days with the loyal presence of those heaven has sent to walk beside you. Whether they come on 2 legs or 4, may you recognize them and never take that love for granted. Comment 777 if you believe this connection was divine. See you in the next video, chosen ones.